Hello everybody, it is me, Pacific. Oh yeah, we cleaned it up, boys and girls. It was getting too raggy around the edges here, and I didn't like it. So we're just experimenting, folks. Some of you are going, oh my gosh, I don't like it. Okay, hey, we're just playing with it. We're still going this long. Got to get a big old lion's mane going. I'm going to talk about a couple of issues, but the main thrust of my video today is pretty woman walking down the street, pretty woman, the kind you don't want to meet. Oh yeah, oh, you just walk right on out of my life. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about some things. Now, read that. This is shampoo, daily clarifying. People say, are you sticking the boot in on American women again? Yes. I call it daily clarifying. We need to daily clarify these issues. I want to say something that will shock my viewers. I'm not kissing up. I have no reason to do this. Part of exercising Christian principle as well as objectivity is that Pacific can go beyond. The gentleman I'm about to mention said, for every video you make, I will make one in response to it, and I will attempt to have your viewers take your viewers and win them over to me, basically, in so many words. Well, guess what I'm going to do today? I'm going to do a complete shocker for everybody, because I told you all that when I did my channel's not about competition. We have fun with my little videos showing ships sinking and stuff like that because it's satire and it's fun. I'm not trying to be malicious when I talk about things I don't like. I don't like certain things about especially the issue I'm going to talk about, but I'm willing to be fair when others are not always. Lore Master took down all the videos against me. That was wise. I don't know what moved him to do it, but I thought, good, he's finally exercising wisdom. Ragging on and on about me is going to drag him down eventually. So I tuned onto his channel today to watch a couple of videos, and I thought, you know, some of these things he's talking about are pretty good. He had a picture of a scantily or no-clad woman with hair over her breast, and being human, I watched it. And he said some profound things. And it made me think, it's true. We're going to talk about pretty women. And we're going to pirate his stuff. I'm going to say that I agree with something that he said in it. And I watched another video of his. And the thing is, when people get off attacking me, sometimes they have some good things to say. And I think Lore Master does have some good things to say. And I can recognize that. I'm not threatened by it. I don't feel competitive. I see some of my viewers watch his stuff. I'm not jealous about that. I believe in democracy. I also believe in promoting anybody who says anything that I happen to agree with. That being said, I want to talk today about pretty women. Because he said something profound. He said some things that are true. There's a lot of men that will do anything to get a woman like he had pictured on his video, and I agree. I have found myself over the years, I see a pretty woman, and if she even seems reasonably nice to me, can I be honest, man? I've thought, oh my gosh, she's gorgeous. Love to put my arms around her. I haven't done anything to win her over. I'm not going to say, well, I'll go and take you to this, but I don't do that. But secretly, I've hoped, gosh, I wish she'd be interested in me. And what motivates that? Our lust. Let's be real, folks. When you look at a woman pictured like the one in his video, you're not thinking, wow, I really love her intellect. She'd be a great friend. I can really pour my heart out to her. No. You take one look at that, and all your biological senses are screaming, feed me, baby. Yeah. That's reality. Women know that about us men. It's ingrained in them from the get-go, from a media culture, from a consumer culture that uses sexy women to sell Pepsi, car, hamburger, an article of clothing, you name it. It's thrown in our face at every level. Let me tell you some comments I've been getting on some of my videos where I've been ripping on the white culture of women and the way they are and their attitudes and stuff. Feminism is destroying Western women. Western women are destroying themselves. Every so often you get some comment by your typical white woman who my video steps on her toes, and she fits the perfect mold and stereotype of exactly what I'm talking about. And she says, "You're just angry that Western women have choices and they don't choose you." Is that true, viewers? No. No. Why don't they choose Pacific? Let's be objective. Let's be very objective. Okay, today I'm 48 years old. Not too many hot-looking white women are going to go crazy over a 48-year-old man who's 5'9", 150 pounds, who wears thick glasses. That right there alone, all by itself, separated out from everything else, is going to be a non-draw. Next issue, divorced 3 times. Why is he divorced 3 times? Is he a retard? Is there something wrong with him? All of the above, yes. So, next issue. Let's talk about the size of your investment portfolio and your financial bottom line. May I see your tax statement, please? Women just need to start doing that. They won't come right out and say it, though some of them are bold and brazen and calloused enough to do so in a dating profile. Why does my phone ring every time I have a heartfelt video? Put it under my butt, and hopefully it'll silence it. Can you believe that? That's still going through my thigh. Unbelievable. But when I'm out there in public, and somebody important has to call me, I can't hear the thing at all. Unbelievable. You know what I think? I think when I do a video that the volume amplifies all by itself, but out in public it goes into whisper mode. Yeah. So, objectively, am I the kind of guy that women want in this culture or any culture? Let's unpack that right there. Okay. But before I unpack that, let's throw in some dynamics that we cannot ignore, specifically in American culture, Aussie culture, British, and Canadian culture, predominantly European descendant cultures. Excuse me. I love doing that. Got to get all that stuff out of your throat. Here's the deal. Feminism has changed the dynamic. Materialism and consumerism has changed the dynamic. Your political preference and belief system changes the dynamic. Your philosophy, religious underpinnings or no religious underpinnings, and I argue that all people are religious, even the ones that say, "Oh, I don't believe in religion." Well, you religiously do something every day and believe in something every day. That's religion, okay? Doesn't have to have a God. It can be yourself as a God. I had a long discussion with Maharani on Skype this morning. She is struggling against a culture that will not seem to accept her. She says, "I feel like a wallflower, Pacific. I try to share my heart, political views. I go to church, talk about theology." And I said, hold it. I suffer the same thing. And because I'm older, let me tell you the way we need to look at this. Now I'm going to lose a lot of my non-Christian viewers, but stay on the bus. Put on your headphones if you want to, but stay on the bus. Here's why. Because for you non-Christians, you need to understand the way I think and the way we think and what the Bible teaches. People who don't believe in God or Jesus Christ are generally not going to feel comfortable, click with, or feel like we have a kindred spirit. They're just not. There may be things that draw us together, like you work at work with somebody you like, somebody, they're friendly, they're outgoing, male or female. I'm not talking in a romantic sort. I'm talking friendships. I have a boss who's a devout atheist. He befriended me because he liked my work ethic, and he liked the fact that I didn't just swallow everything because other Christians said so. He told me, "You're very contrary-wise, and I like that about you." I don't agree with your Christian views, but yet you don't even agree with all of the so-called views in your own church. I said, I can't. I'm sorry, I don't belong to an organization of check your brains in at the door and let us fill your head with spoon-fed mush. Gerber's anybody? Open wide. They're peas and they're mashed and they taste good. I can't do that. I do have to think for myself. And I have been guilty of swallowing the jive that somebody gives to me, but then I stop and say, hold it. Is this really accurate? The way Pacific's mind works, and we talked about this, I may very well have ADHD. I've never stopped and looked at that, but I may very well. I'm high energy. I'm hyper. I'm go-getter. I'm energetic. But along with that, my mind goes fast. I mean, there's certain things that fire quickly. Sometimes I can listen to a conversation and somebody feels the need to explain every little sheep and every little tree and every little weed in the meadow. And I'm going, okay, I've already got the whole picture. You don't need to talk about all this. It's like when pastors give sermons and they say something and they say they'll add something to it. And it's like, that's already implied. Any normal thinking person would know that. Why do we got to go off on this field trip and rabbit trail? I'm very guilty of that. That being said, ADHD. There are times I listen to people and I just go, oh, this is boring. But I'm not the only one. You don't have to have ADHD, and I don't think I have it. I may have it. I don't know. Bottom line is I'm wired differently. We're all different. When I talk about syncretism, a lot of people are following the crowd. They buy the same thing, wear the same clothes, drink the same coffee, follow the whole genre, the cliche genre, SUV, house, doggy, designer stroller, and I don't like that. When I look at individuality, I don't really see a lot of it in our nation. And I laugh when I hear women say, you don't know me. I do. Your philosophy can be summed up in SUV, $5 coffee, shopping malls, flaky conversation. I know you very well. There's nothing else to get to know. What does this have to do with Pretty Woman? It has everything to do with it, because I'm getting there. People don't accept me because of many reasons. Some, we all have preferences. Some don't like these. You see how thick these are? I'm going to show you. These are thick. I mean, when I was a kid, I was called Coke bottles. I lived with the stigma of put down so much, and I hated it. Many of my viewers have lived with that as well. Our culture is a put down, sarcastic culture. And what people don't realize and don't bother to think about is words sting hard. And because of that, we carry those scars around, or boo-boos, if you will, and they affect us. I remember one time I was in Duluth. This woman was in the wrong. I think I told you all about this. This is a hotel called the Holiday Inn. They had the Holiday Inn upstairs, upper levels, and then the Holiday Mall. And I used to go there to get my health food and haircuts, etc. And you could buy postage stamps. It was great. It was a one-stop shop right in downtown Duluth. I cut through the alley like I normally do. The alley was canyoned in by the high rise of the hotel and the multi-level story parking garage, so it's real narrow. I come walking down the alley, and this car, big station wagon, comes flying out of the parking garage, total blind. I mean, didn't even poke her nose out and look. She just, I'm like, whoa, crap. I jumped out of the way, and she had her window open. I said, wow, you might want to slow down. Typical American woman response, well, if you didn't have such thick glasses, maybe you could see me. I said, how am I supposed to see you around the wall, around the corner in a dark parking garage, lady? Good grief. But her comment about my thick glasses stung. I had a carload of Native Americans in Duluth pull over right at the curb and say, hey, Gilligan, how thick are those glasses, man? And then I sit there and look at the Native Americans and their little, the white man's evil, and I see that and go, yeah. I could do days of videos of people that didn't even know me. Me walking home, minding my own business, and somebody shouting something out of their car, Yesterday, I was chopping out a stump right at the edge of the street. I wasn't in the street. I wasn't in the traffic lane at all. But there is no sidewalk. There's an edge. It's about 2.5 feet wide. And I was safely out of harm's way. And a Chevy truck comes by and honks the horn. And my instinct is to want to go, "Hey, man." I didn't. I delayed my response, and then after they were ways away, then I turned to look to see if it was anything meriting. I thought, yeah, got my back to you, and you gotta, "Oh, isn't that funny? Let's scare him." Fortunately, I didn't jump. I've been walking on the street with my back to traffic on the sidewalk, and somebody will come by and go, "Wah!" and scream. And I wonder if they would find it funny if they were walking and somebody did that. Of course they wouldn't. So, I'm sorry for the frog in my throat. It is fall time, and this seems to happen here. Stuff is falling, dust is rising, and all the pollens and allergens are floating around everywhere. Do Western women not choose me because I'm a piece of junk? No. Let's talk about a lot of the Western women that don't accept me. Ones that are a bit pudgier than I would care for, or heavier, or really highly pretty, good-looking, attractive, sexy, or the ones with pimples all over their face. Why are they not accepting me? Start looking at the boyfriends of most Western women and start looking at who they do choose, and more often than not, you'll find out, what does she see in him? I can't answer the question. A lot of them aren't nice guys. A lot of them don't have big bank accounts. So to say that all Western women choose guys with money, that's reserved for the really, really good looking. The picture you see on my YouTube channel that I just posted, it hasn't changed in the main icon yet. That is a woman that would never date me. I think she's pretty face, pretty eyes, black hair. Not the one with the dark skin. I just changed that. That's actually a black woman. Many people thought it was a Filipina. It is not. But the one I put on there's a white woman, European descendant, and she's gorgeous. But Pacific knows, whether it's the image on Lore Master's video or the one I got on my screen, they're not going to give me the time of day, or most of my viewers that are male. Why? Is it because we're losers? Is it because we're no good? No. But let me say something objective about this. There can be women that have the reasons for not dating me. Some is what I call the self-righteous Sally syndrome. Self-righteous Sally syndrome, who's 30-something, 40-something, who's never been married or been married, lost their husband or divorced, whatever. For some reason, they don't want to be with a divorced man. Their tendency is to go, divorced 3 times, this guy's got problems. They won't take the time to get to listen to the story, listen to what happened, and say, oh my gosh. Pacific has had women ride in my truck that I have dated said, I don't even care about your past. I've got to know you. You're a nice guy. I know what you've been through just by watching how you are with people. There are some women that are mature that don't want to know all the past. They don't care. They've joked and said, are you a criminal? No. Do you do drugs? No. Well, then who cares? I've watched you relationally with people, and I can pretty much figure out that whoever you were married to were not good women. Oh, now that's interesting. So does that mean that we guys need to burp out all of our past? I'll tell you what, if women want to know all about your past in a courtroom style fashion, you need to just say, you know what, I think this conversation and this date is over. Why? Because they're really not interested in you. They're interested in a nitpicky trial where you are going to lose all the time. You know what I've seen with women? I want you to look on the screen. Okay, I want you to look, not my screen, but the Hollywood screen. Look at the hot-looking women there. Do they care how many times Brad Pitt or anybody else has been remarried, divorced, screwed around, done drugs? No. Why do they choose them? Because that's the way they operate. So is it really all about looks? Is it really all about an airtight life? With a lot of Christian women it is. But then you got to ask the next question. How come you're 45 years old and you've never been married? What is the problem? I'm waiting for the perfect man. May I submit to you the picture of the woman sitting on the bus stop bench who's a skeleton with spider webs all over her holding her purse? You'll keep waiting. Is marriage about finding the perfect mate? There's plenty of books written on this. And you know who drives that industry more than anybody else? White, middle class, upper income men. Yes, I just said that. I just said that. And do you know why? The more comfortable people are, the more picky they become, the more petty they become, and the more entitled they feel, and the more they feel they have a right. I want my money's worth in every last penny. Flashback to Italian ristorante. Overweight woman who doesn't take care of her physique. She got her man, so she let her body go. Pulls up a nice car and is bitching about the price of cookies in an exquisite restaurant. Okay. And we men have sat there and listened to the BS of women saying how terrible men are, and I see this displayed in front of me, and I want to say, oh, good grief, woman. There's customers behind you. We want to buy stuff and get out of here. Could you stop it? Go sell your SUV and you'll have enough for the cookies many, many times over. Oh, I forgot. You're in debt for that. Go pay the loan off. So I get smart aleck comments by white women who look at my video and go, hey, you're a retard. Let me say something. The retarded people that are designated retarded, and I hate that word for them because it doesn't apply. Special needs. Physically or mentally challenged is more appropriate. Did you know that those handicapped people are nicer to me than the so-called normal, stuck-up, hot-looking women are, hands down, all the time? That when I drive a bus with special needs students, they may not be able to talk, hi, Mike, how are you? And they care. And they listen to you. And they laugh and they smile. When's the last time you've seen a hot-looking woman smile without a glass of beer in her hand or at a shopping mall and laugh with a genuine laugh because she's so happy to be in your presence? When? I rest my case. I may be a nerd, a geek, a dork in people's eyes, but this brain is working, and this brain is on the bridge of the ship, looking out the window with a very crystal clear view of what's out there ahead of me, and people don't like that. Good-looking women are mean. Good-looking women are selfish. Good-looking women are all about them. And they dress that way because they're self-centered. I agree with Lore Master there. They are all about themselves. This whole selfie movement, taking pictures of yourself. I've taken pictures of myself. I took pictures of myself to show that I was in that place. But people, women, really like pictures of themselves. I did see that with the Filipinas. I see it with American women. I see it with a lady that I was friends with in Hong Kong. Singaporean descent. Australian. She paid me handsomely to walk the dog. She was very nice to me. I like her as a person. Her husband is German. Very nice guy. But her Facebook, I get notifications every day because my Facebook is not open to anybody, but I just still have it there. One of these days I'm going to go through it and liberate the thing and maybe make a whole new page and start all over, and then I can add all my fans. But I've got some tweaking to do. What bothers me is we got to see pictures of the plate of food they ate at the restaurant, or the Chardonnay they bought, or the dumb dog tricks, or whatever. And I'm like, why do women do this? Who cares? Flakes like that stuff, not deep, real people. I don't comment. I don't even notice it. I just delete. I get them through my email. Is it true that Pacific is bitter and butthurt because these hot-looking women won't choose me? Can I be honest? Can I be brutally honest? It does bother me that they prance around and parade around provocatively dressed, and I can't even get a date with them. Yes, I'm human. Because I'll tell you something. Now, I'm going to elaborate on that, so bear with me. I wouldn't want to go out with them. It's only their looks that has captured me. Definitely not this. And I'm going to make a bold statement that will get me in trouble, but most of these hot-looking women don't have heart. They don't. They don't have depth. You're not going to get into a political and deep things of God discussion with women like this, even the ones that claim to be Christian. You just won't. Maharani finds in her church, I've tried to talk about theology. You know what shocks me? I can't believe the depth. She studied Christmas. She studied traditions. She studied things and went right back to this and that. We had a very lively discussion last night on Skype, a debate. And I said, you're incredibly smart. And I joked with her. I said, but I'm going to tighten the noose around your neck and I'm going to go one piece at a time because I know this stuff very well. But she kept right up with me. She made some damn good points. But I countered with some even better. But what am I saying here? She's allowed to have her own mind. I don't have a problem with that. She knows about theologians. She knows about Martin Luther. She knows about stuff. She knew Martin Luther was anti-Semitic. She knew about the Catholic Church having rat lines into Venezuela and Argentina for World War II German Nazi criminals that were going to be tried for war crimes, and the Vatican had rat lines and funneled them right out of the country. She is a Catholic, and she knows this stuff. I said, you're 23 years old, and I want to ask you, how is it that you got into all this stuff? We talked about books and authors and literature, and the girl is smart and versed. I'm like, how? And then it dawned on me. I'm going to say something here that's going to really shake up some people. Some of you are going to go, well, I knew that. Some of you won't. She considers herself a plain Jane girl, so she's been largely ignored. I'm going to tell you what I told her about that. Guys, just don't go Google over her. She's been alone. She moved from Cebu. She didn't really fit in with the Filipinas there. She said they're shallow and materialistic and silly, and you can't have deep conversations with a lot of them either, even though I'm Filipina. She is studying Indonesian and Japanese cultures and languages. She wants to be a teacher of Indonesian, and there's a high demand for it in Australian schools. I give her credit. I'm 48. I'm really not going to take the time to learn a complete foreign language. It's just too much work. I don't feel it would benefit me at this stage in the game anyway. I live here. So, she told me, I've been so alone that I studied and read and was curious about things. That makes me wonder if I could make a generalization that the reason good-looking women aren't the most intelligent and they're shallow is because they had so much attention showered on them that they were distracted all their life with all the people practically worshiping them and putting them on a pedestal. You think? I think so. I think that that's valid and can be taken to the bank. Let me tell you something else. Did you know that some of the best women for passion, even in my culture, were the plain Jane women? Now, I'm not talking the dowdy, I shop at Target, boring crowd. I'm talking women that were slender, but quiet in class. They were straight A students, and the other guys said, oh, she's a square. Remember that, guys? I've had guys tell me, I would have never thought, but I went out with her. She kissed me so passionately. She was so sweet with me, had her arms around me. I had no idea she had that much loving and passion in her. Do you know why? Because she's wanted it all her life and was passed over. The women that have all this attention doted on them are horrible lovers. They suck at romance. Their idea of romance is an expensive dinner with candles in the background. Woohoo. Now, do I have to throw out the NAWALT word? And that's not a tool company. Not all women are like this. Got to do the disclaimer, but most are. We're talking high caliber, good looking ones. Is there something wrong with Pacific as to why they won't date me? No. They can be picky. Why choose a man with these? Why choose a man who's 5'9" and 150 pounds when you can choose a guy who's 6'4", wears a suit and tie, and is pulling down 400K a year? Why would you choose me? It doesn't make sense logically. Because these women aren't about being treated right and being loved on. They could care less if they get the love part. It's the wallet. It's the image. It's the, here's a picture of me and my new man on Facebook, and all the other women go, wow, he's so handsome. Talk to those men in 20 years of being married to that woman, and they will tell you, this marriage sucks. Unless that man is just as flaky, superficial, shallow as her, which a lot of them are too. Birds of a feather flock together. Ooh, ooh. Pigeons, anyone? The bottom line is, I told Maharani today, because you were ignored, because people never took you seriously, it caused you to dig deeper. It caused you to find God. Not find him, but hear him when he did draw you. It caused you to avoid sexual sin. It caused you to avoid a lot of problems. You didn't get knocked up and get pregnant because you were such a hottie. You have all these boys fawning all over you. If you had, you wouldn't have chose me. I also told her, you know as well as I do in Australian culture, it's not exactly a real God-centered culture, just like America has become. And I want to say something to my Christian viewers out here. Light cannot have fellowship with darkness. People that are not Christians are not going to be comfortable in the presence of Christians because there's two masters involved. Ephesians talks about we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, and darkness, blah, blah, blah. We're in a spiritual battle. You don't have to go into a room with your gospel guns blazing and talk about Jesus Christ. You don't have to do that. The devil in them knows the Jesus in you, and that person can't articulate, but they're feeling an agitation in their spirit. And I'll tell you why. I'll build this out further. I told her all this morning. Jesus said, men love darkness rather than light, lest their deeds be exposed. A lot of people do things in the dark thinking they won't get seen. That's a joke. God sees it all. But when we're Christians, even if we're not always perfect in how we live and act, we're still the light. The light of God is still in us because the Holy Spirit takes up residency. You walk into a break room, you walk into a group of anywhere where there's a bunch of people that aren't Christians, they're not going to get up and say, group hug, we love you. And then Jesus added further, marvel not that the world hates you, it hated me first. He went on and said, if you were of the world would love you as its own, but since you are not of the world, they will hate you. I said, Maharani, the world you're in isn't going to love you. They're never going to accept you. Ephesians chapter 1 says, wherein he hath made us accepted in the beloved. I don't focus on that enough. But the Holy Spirit brings to my mind when I was talking to her, I said, you've been made accepted in the eyes of the Father, God, through Jesus Christ's blood. Don't try to find acceptance in a world that isn't going to give it to you. Because honestly, most non-Christians look at us and all they want to do is exploit. I knew a girl years ago. She was drop dead gorgeous. There was a guy living upstairs above me in the Hacienda apartments in Arizona. He was from the same city I was from in California, Torrance. And he comes down with his girlfriend. I'm like, whoa. And I said, wow, you got a hot girlfriend. I didn't say that in front of her. And he says, yeah, but I can't stand her, man. I said, why? He says, oh, she's one of those Christians and she's always preaching Jesus at me. And yet she was having sex with him and screwing around. I'm like, and at that time in my life, I'm like, well, that's interesting. Okay. She was stuck up. I met her. She wasn't even polite to me. I've seen this so many times, it's not even funny. Good-looking Christian women being just as stuck up as their worldly counterparts. Where does that come from? The media. Churches see a good-looking woman and the men run up and want to massage your ego even more. Oh, you're so beautiful. You definitely want to choose the right man. Thank you for propelling this princess syndrome into full speed ahead. I'm sorry, just because a woman has hot looks doesn't mean she's more special than those that don't. Plain Jane women can be better lovers and better at sweeting on their husbands than any hot-looking woman, hands down. I have sat in parks and I've watched couples, and some of those plain Jane women will sit down on the park bench with the man and they'll put their hand on their back and just rub him and scratch his back and lean over and kiss him. And I'm like, wow, but you never see the hot-looking woman do that, do ya? Hot-looking women like to be noticed and they like to be seen with something that makes them look good. The plain Jane woman, she wants love and she wants to give it. I'm sorry, but that's reality. Another comment I've been getting on my videos is weak men are scared of strong women. Bull pucky. Strong men are tired of a society that has been taken hostage by women, put women on the pedestal, that has pushed men down in the workplace, in the church house, in the schoolhouse, and in our secular culture at large, and even Christian culture, and said, you can't say this or I'll sue you or I'll get you for harassment. No, I'm not afraid. I'm offended. It is not the will of God for a woman to be a feminist. Let me say that one more time so that people can really think I'm a radical wingnut. It is not the will of God for a woman to be a feminist. The philosophies of feminism are contrary to the Word of God from Genesis all the way to the end of Revelation. Mark my words. A lady is to be a lady. A lady is to be a godly woman. She is to be a virtuous woman. She's supposed to be submissive to her husband. And if she's not married, she needs to carry herself in a chaste and modest manner. And we don't see that today. No, sirree, Bob. I don't think I need to cite examples. I've had them personally in my inbox, in my email. And while they're running around making a lot of noise, how perfect they are, all their behavior is showing exactly contrary-wise. Of course. It bothers me that you can't teach most women in our culture. That alone ought to tell us something. Pacific can be corrected. Pacific can be taught. I have no problem saying, watch some of Lore Master's videos. He's got some good stuff to say. When he was attacking me, I didn't care for it. Because it was stupid. It was pointless. And I'm trying to bite a hangnail off. I can do that on my channel. You know what? I have no problem in telling my viewers, get information wherever you can find it. I have no problem with that. Because Pacific Ocean Asia is not about competition. I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little arrogant. Please don't misread this. Pacific Ocean Asia is not about competition. Pacific Ocean Asia is about uniqueness. I don't want anybody to compete with me, and I don't want to compete against them. I want to be my own niche that nobody can copy. Forget the competition. I think ocean liners. There was only one Titanic. I only want one Pacific Ocean Asia. So, when I tell my viewers, watch other channels, and I tell my viewers, make your own. I'd love to see people branch off of my channel and get out there and speak out. We're not taking advantage of the medium. It's free, man. If you've got a UCam or a Windows Live Movie Maker in your computer, you're squandering an opportunity. If you've got stuff built up in your heart and you're going, man, I want to say something, then do it. make a channel, make a following, and get the word out. I don't agree with all the MGTOW stuff. I never will. But there's truth that can be found from Lore Master because he's gotten his focus where it should be. And though I don't agree with everything he has to say about everything, I have no problem saying, listen to some of these. They're decent. Why? Because I'm not threatened. I got caught up in all these attacks and stuff and fired back, and I still will when I need to. But the bottom line is, truth is truth. I'm man enough to say, hey, I got some good stuff out of what he had to say. Now, there are pretty women that would get on here and go, wow, I think you're being unfair. You're really judgmental about us. Well, you've been really judgmental about the rest of us men, haven't you? You haven't been so nice to us. So you got to understand something. If a child lives with criticism, he'll learn to criticize. If men have been blasted by a female culture of predominantly good-looking women that are putting us down, mocking us, don't be too surprised if we start to fire back. It's only fair. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I had to do that. The thing is, a lot of women have a double standard. We've verified and fleshed that out over and over and over. Don't you dare talk about me. Well, then quit talking about me. You got something wrong with you. You're vitriol. Vitriol. No, I'm speaking out about the hypocrisy of Western women, and they don't want to hear it. It's funny watching them run around in their panties and bras out there going, oh my gosh, that guy's an idiot. He's a loser. People getting on my channel and saying, goofy looking chimo. I teach 6 to 10-year-olds that are more mature than you. What does that make you? Calling me a chimo? Goofy looking? You got on my profile? I'm going to call that out, and I'll say it as often as I need to because it just slams home the point. I'm going to say something really bold. Most American women are freaking nuts. I mean, hugely so. I've watched women get so caught up in all this stuff they feel they have to have. They get stressed because this needs to be dusted, this needs to be moved, this got to be done right now. Yesterday there was none of that, but today all of a sudden I've got it in my mind that and everybody around them suffers. Have you ever noticed that? When a woman's stressed, everybody in the household suffers. Now, some men can be this way, but most men, when they have a problem, they'll go out in the garage, they'll go get out, and they'll deal with it. But when a woman's stressed, everybody's going to pay. Yeah. Sucks. I've lived with women all my life. I've watched it. And I've started to come away with saying, you know, really, some women are demon-possessed. Some are just brain damaged. And we joke around about men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and all that. And we understand that there's differences. But I'm going to say something. I don't have all my facts, figures, and cites of news sources to quote this from, but I have heard this several times, and I believe it to be true, that World War II, when London was getting the poo bombed out of them by the Germans, I don't know who made the decision, but things were so crazy that the authorities came down to the mental institutions, opened the doors, and said, go. You know, we're not going to keep you here. It's getting too dangerous. When those mental patients came out onto the streets and saw what was happening, that London and England was under blitzkrieg, they started helping people. And all of a sudden, their so-called mental deficiencies evaporated. I find that interesting. Do you know why? Because when we become narcissistic, we really start having neurotic issues, needing meds. There's no ultimate fulfillment in worshiping yourself, and yet you can't seem to communicate that to today's Western women. It's all about me with them. It's all about me buying all this unnecessary crap, getting in debt, having an image, looking a certain way, spending 3 hours in front of the bathroom mirror, showing my cleavage, showing my nipples, whatever, tight butts. And when we live that way, nothing good can come out of it. We're too comfortable. We're too affluent. And none of these problems is going to go away. So I told Maharani this morning, I said, lift up your head and walk out into that culture, realizing that you are a salmon going up against a raging torrent. And we talked about the salmon. She's familiar. I said, do you know what they go through to lay their eggs? They will ultimately die. But they do it because they know what their purpose is. I said, you jump through those rapids and you keep going up. Because this world system is not going to encourage you to go against their flow. I said, always remember, sewage flows downhill. Floaties, turds, toilet paper, hypodermic needles, tampons, everything that's flushed down the toilet goes downhill. And there's a disgusting analogy that I am deliberately trying to make. If we step outside the secular world, it is sewage. Why are we trying to be accepted by that? Why are we afraid to say our views? Why are we capitulating and kowtowing to political correctness? Why are we afraid to speak out against snot-nosed, stuck-up brat women, whether they're in their 40s, 50s, 20s, or teenagers? We need to say something. We need to send a message. Some of us have had enough. There's a whole bunch of girls out there that need their panties pulled down and a butt whipping because they didn't get it ever. I'm serious. And I look at this stuff, and it's not I'm bitter fruit because these good-looking girls are passing me by. That's not it. They're not just doing this to me. They're doing it to a plethora of good men. And what do those hot-looking women have to offer? Another look at my shaved armpit? I mean, seriously, that's all you're going to get. They're not going to make you dinner. They're not going to massage your back. They're not going to have a heart-to-heart, deep conversation with you. You know, listen to the music out there. They took Lambada and wrecked it. And now they got the, who's that ding-dong singer woman? I can't even remember her name. Put your drinks up. Everything with these hot-looking women is drinks, drinks, and more drinks. Yeah, let's put another drink on the fire. I mean, is that... And men today, men think that they're the example of sexual prowess, holding the beer in their hand and leaning back with the hot look. Look at me. Yeah, look at you. Shallow as shell. It's all about image, ain't it? See my trophy girl? People in this culture are living on freaking fumes, my friend. Fumes. No substance. I have to tell my viewers, I have to tell Maharani, don't be discouraged by a culture that's racing to hell. She told me a disturbing story 3 or 4 weeks ago. She was waiting at the train station. She stayed at university a little later, was waiting for the 7 p.m. train. 7 teenage, like junior high boys, all white, all taller than her. She is meek. She's simple. She is not jaded like the Aussie women. They came up and ran at her, screaming, and scared her. She jumped back. They laughed. Ah, ha, ha. And they all had their skateboards, and I thought, what a bunch of effing punks. I said, if I'd have been there, I'd have said, wow, you guys are really full of balls, aren't you? You're gonna intimidate a sweet woman who's no threat to you. Wow. Do you know that that's what American culture, by and large, has become? A bunch of little baby 40-year-old men in their dually diesel pickup acting like a doofus, thinking they're tough because they can rev their accelerator. I've got to comment on this because people aren't doing it. I mean, those guys might as well be playing AC/DC song, I've got big balls, you've got big balls. But truthfully, Honestly, literally, I've got the smallest balls of them all. That's why I drive my pickup. That's why I run red lights. That's why it's jacked up so super high to accommodate for my insecurities. Yeah, let's call it what it is, shall we? How come we don't have that kind of preaching in American pulpits? Maybe we ought to start a movement. And I'm not talking a bowel movement. We can't help but notice a pretty woman. It's hardwired into us. But step outside yourself. One guy left a comment on Lore Master's video to that effect and said, when I stopped thinking with my DICK, I started doing much better. That's true of any of us. And there's self-righteous women that put us into, all you think about is that. Well, you know what? It's hard not to, lady. That's all you're giving us. That's all you're advertising. That's all you're promoting. Watch any video of music that you're turned on to where the woman's the singer, and watch how she dances, how she moves, and watch the video. And notice always what the focal point is. It's her. It's her. Wait a minute, it's also her, and it's her, and yes, and it's her, and oh, wait a minute, oh, but there's one more, and her again. It is always, look at me, look at me, look at me, I'm deity, I'm a goddess. We need to turn this all around, that our Hollywood culture and our media culture has blasted that out there, that these are the got it together crowd. Really? If they're so got it together, why are they so obsessed with being noticed? It's the same reason Pamela Anderson is now crying in her beer and going, all I wanted was love. Well, gee, lady, did you really want love? I don't think so. You wanted everybody to worship you is what you wanted. And they did for a while. Now your looks are going, your breasts are sagging, and nobody wants you because that's all you marketed. When you put your stock of beauty out there and your beauty crashed, your investment portfolio went right down the tubes. Wall Street had a plunge. I love it. I am happy that that has happened because it's too bad that this doesn't happen to teenage girls when they hit 15 years old. Instead, we got to wait 50, 60 years before they get a reality check on that. It's not fair, is it? While they're parading around, prancing around, I wouldn't choose you. And then it's those same women that you'll see waiting for a bus someday, or sitting in a coffee shop, the hair frizzed, hanging all down, wrinkles and crow's feet. Then they'll smile at me. They'll see me, a young-looking guy. You're 48? Yeah, how old are you? Oh, I'm 48 too. Really? Whoa, she looks way older than that. I'm not interested, lady. But you're a nice guy. Yeah, but you didn't want me when you were in your prime, did ya? That is happening. That is happening. If women would major on this, if our society and our media majored on this, all of us could be a little more gracious when we start to age. But when you put yourself out there as the Playboy bunny, the icon of Taj Mahal beauty, and you said no to every one of us, and you chased after all those bad boy men and those Brad Pitt men and all those people who are way shallower than you ever thought because you were shallow, and they used you for sex, and they didn't want a relationship with you. They liked your boobies. Then when you got older, those guys were nowhere to be found. Sucks to be you, doesn't it? And yet, in the middle of all this junk, maybe Pamela Anderson, as she ages, will start thinking about something called God. And realize that she never was God, that there is a God, and We men should be worshiping God who actually cares for us. A God who gives us love, joy, and peace and provides our daily needs. Pamela Anderson can't give us love, joy, peace, and provide for my daily needs. None of these pretty women can give us anything contrasted to a holy, righteous, perfect God who loves us. And we've got to tell ourselves that. We've got to. I have looked for love in the wrong places, and it has been a disgusting journey. It has been a fruitless journey. And yet it's been an educational journey where now, because of my folly, I am able to tell all of you, don't go down that road. Don't do it. Take the express route to truth. Don't be getting off on the scenic highway of desperation. Because when you do, it'll be empty. It'll take you from one ghost town to another. The old rusty signs swinging and creaking in the southwestern sun. Hee-haw in. And gas pumps that stand rotting. And weeds that grow up around the center islands. And old canopies that have fallen to the side. And windows busted out, and sagebrush and tumbleweeds all around. When we chase the so-called ideologies, philosophies, and values of this world, it's like going down old Route 66 and seeing those 1940s, 1950s towns that the buildings still stand, but nobody lives there anymore. It's like watching the movie Cars when the superhighway went through and decimated those places. I've been down that road. I've seen Route 66. I grew up around all that. Chasing hot-looking women around is about as effective as trying to raise the Titanic using a bucket and thinking you can dump the water overboard. I have not, in my culture, ever met a woman that meets the description of Proverbs 31. Ever. I find that interesting. Women have their lacy-covered Bibles and they got their little highlighter pens. But I've never met in my Christian walk a woman who meets that definition. They're in other countries, but I haven't met one on America's shores. Most women in Western cultures give more trouble rather than dividends. And we men have been conditioned to go crazy for these hot-looking women. They are liabilities. They will cost us. They will do damage to our bank accounts. They will do damage to our spirit. They will do damage to our psyche. They will do damage in the courts in the long run. They will do damage. It is rare to find a hot-looking woman who has this and who really love a man who doesn't have a dime to make her a spoiled, pampered little princess. Finding a woman that is high caliber who would fall in love with a man of little or meager means is, to my understanding in this country, I've never heard of it. I will say it again, upon every tombstone of every hot-looking Hollywood model or hot-looking rock star or hot-looking woman in this culture should be marked this verse. Charm is deceitful, beauty is vain, but a woman who loves the Lord, she shall be praised. The woman that lies beneath this stone is not praised because she thought charm and beauty was where it was at. The end. I say hard things because our culture is harsh as hell. It is cold as an iceberg. It is passionless. It is devoid of any substance. The only way we can find any of this is a return to God. It felt good to actually focus on the spiritual last night and this morning with Maharani. I watched the joy return to her eyes. She's always happy when we talk anyway. I said, is this helping you? She goes, this is right. This is right. I said, the world is discouraging. It discourages me every day. I've had 4 days off. Today's the last day, folks. I'm back in the saddle tomorrow. Can I be honest with you? I like being away from all that. It is a grind. Physically, my job is easy, but mentally it sucks. I don't like being out in that world. I watch some of those Bollywood videos, and there's one where the woman and the man are singing and dancing in Petra, and they're walking by some kind of what I call dead-end lakes out in the desert there, and I think, you know, that is harsh. But there's something beautiful about the idea of getting out there, and I think of Elijah fed by the ravens, and I think, wow, that I would love to experience that. Some little old widow who makes a room up above her house for me when I come to rest. You know, that to me is so inviting. It's so pure to see God's hand, to be living your life in such a way where we can be free from all this junk and vices and struggles. And Elijah had his. But I envy his life. He lived in caves. He lived above an old woman's house. And he just did mighty works for God. And ravens fed him. What a supernatural thing that'd be. Here's some squawking and there's your breakfast. Wow. We're too much distracted, folks. This world is doing everything. And if you notice what Satan's been doing with technology, yes, I'm using Satan here because he's behind all this. Daniel, the last book, says, for many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Have you not noticed what's happening? Transportation. There was an article online the other day that said we're headed towards Carmageddon. They said the U.S. is almost it's in the top 10 for traffic congestion, and it's getting worse because everybody insists on having a car. People are going everywhere. They're jumping on planes, trains, and automobiles, and they're going everywhere. And knowledge is increasing. But what does God say? Ever learning, but never able to come to a knowledge of the truth. It says in 2 Timothy 3. We're there. We got all these people claiming to be enlightened, educated, and smart, and they know not God. Wow. Well, that you would think that's dumb. Of course it's dumb, but they don't see it as that. Well, my husband works for Boeing, and my husband works for Lockheed Martin, and my husband works for Windows and Microsoft. Big deal. Does he know God? Oh my gosh, God, you know, he provides for me. He pulls down a good income. He's way more intellectual than you are. Wow, he can figure out an airplane? Boy, that's impressive. I told Maharani, don't get intimidated by a bunch of college-educated punks. Remind yourself that God said, let there be light. You want to talk about power? As little boys, we used to play with green plastic army men and build embankments and flood the ditches and army men, and we'd have fake bombing campaigns and fly over with our little balsam wood airplane. Throw a spade full of dirt at a whole troop battalion of men. Incoming! That was fun. That's not power. We got the greatest military in the world. That's not power. Wow, you bought a new Dodge with more towing capacity. It's a Super Duty hoopty diesel. That's not power. I'll tell you what power is. That when God spoke, And if you really want to twist up your brain, you stop and go, what was God doing for all eternity? And at some point he just came in and said, let there be. And the minute he issued that out of his mouth, atoms came together. Protons, neutrons, and electrons. He created out of nothing something. Does that not boggle the mind? Evolutionists think they're so smart, and Dawkins thinks he's so smart, but denying truth. They couldn't even get their mind around the fact that God, through his own saying it, his own speaking. Come on, folks. We work on a truck. We got to get tools. We got to get our hands on it. You want to make a clay pot, you got to get your hands on it. God didn't do that. He spoke. And he's going to do it again in Revelation. The sword that comes out of his mouth. All he's going to do is speak. And all those unbelievers that mocked and we're going to take on God, and it says their eyes will rot from their sockets. They'll turn on each other. They'll literally just decay right there in front of everybody. I wonder what pretty women are going to do when they're infested with boils during the tribulation for rejecting God. You all know that I love beauty. I put icons on my avatar profile photo for YouTube, and they're women. Because I think God did a good job on women. But I need to remind my viewers that the reason women have become like this is because they're driven by Satan. They're driven by a secular world system that's in rebellion to God. And just because somebody gets converted to Christianity doesn't mean they shed that stuff easily. Old habits die hard. All of us. Good-looking women that get saved bring their good-looking princess mentality right into the church and pass that baton on to others. Wouldn't it be nice if we came to Jesus and he just immediately infused us in such a way that all the bad habits went out the window and we just walked in moral uprightness, godly purity? We never thought of cussing, never laughed at a dirty joke, never thought evil thought about anybody, even when they cross us. Wouldn't that be nice? But he doesn't make us automatons. Thank God for that. A God who does that, what's the point? Bible says we love not because of anything. We love because he first. Talk about first cause. He is the first cause. He's the one that reached down to our selfish butts and said, I'm sending my son. What do pretty hot looking women have to give? They're not going to die for you. No way. They're not going to give you eternal life. They're not going to provide for your daily needs. They're not going to give you joy. They're not going to give you agape love. They're not going to give you strength to face the day. It's time to rally us men and say, you're not going to get your needs met through a woman like that. Will not. Yes, I noticed them. Yes. But I can say after 48 years of living that virtually every hot-looking woman I've met, though they may be nice on the surface, they are all self-centered. It is all about them. And they don't choose me or you or many of you. So, is Pacific scared of a strong woman? Am I weak? No. The idea of a strong woman needs to be, the backdrop of a virtuous woman needs to be set against that and say, is a virtuous woman a strong woman? And it depends on how you define strength. It depends on how you define strength. A loudmouth, cussing, anti-male feminist, that's not kind of strength that we're going to want. And women always counter with their smart aleck responses. Oh, men they don't like it that we're in charge. You're not in charge of anything, lady. You've bulldozed your way into a society, and through lawsuits and unethical means, you've backed us up against a wall. That's all you've done. A hot-looking woman isn't going to respect you, men. Stop reading those books, How to Dress for Success, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and How to Make the Most Effective. I read something the other day, How to Exit a Conversation. You want to know how I exit a conversation? If somebody's going on and on and on and say, hey, you know what, I got to go, man. See ya. That's it. And that's all that video said. I'm like, that was a waste of time. Duh. How to effectively text message a woman you're interested in. I'm going to say something, guys. Avoid all of that. Be yourself. If a woman is interested in you, you won't have to try so hard. You won't. Case in point. Me just doing my video channel, being myself in all its raw form, has attracted many women that said, I really like your channel. It attracted Maharani to say, you know what? You're the kind of a man I'd like to have. With all my failures, with all your failures. Proving the point. It's not about living a life of perfection. It's about if a woman's interested in you, she won't care about all that stuff. We've got American women dating prisoners that come out of federal pens on parole. So it's not about living the perfect life. It's not about having the right bank account. That is relegated to the there's a couple different camps of women in that. Some of the women I work with that are fat and overweight will only date men with money, and I'm like, and a man with money is going to go after you? Why? I feel sorry for men that are ignored by the majority of American women, and the only way they can get a date is to buy her. That's sad. Every man should be loved and every woman should be loved. Not the narcissistic, spoiled brat princesses or jerk males, mind you. But there's a reality that we need to face. There are men and women out there that they weren't endowed with great looks. They're not able to make big money or go to college, and they're ignored. There are viewers that I know personally that guys don't give them the time of day. Women. What do I tell them? What can I say to them? I'm at a loss for words. There are men out there that have written me and said, nobody wants to date me. I've been treated like a leper and I'm a nice guy. And I've written back and said, it's not you, dude, it's the culture. There's enough women for every man out there. But the problem is we pedestalized beauty. We set up a frail and flawed standard via cosmopolitan, American media, Hollywood, women's magazines, that this is the Taj Mahal. Not in God's eyes. Not at all. And we can argue that pretty women around the world are less vain. No, not really. When I was in Hong Kong, some of those drop-dead gorgeous Chinese women were guilty of the exact same thing that goes on here. No money, no honey. You want a piece of me? You want to date me? You'd better wear a suit and tie, and you'd be better pulling down some big, fat, chunky change, bubba. And some of that goes on in the Philippines, too. I know a lot of Filipina girls that told me to my face in Hong Kong. They were showing me their Facebook and their relatives, and I said, who's that? Oh, she was a friend I have, but she no more talk to me. Why? She's beautiful. Because she was poor like me, she used to be domestic helper, and then she married white rich man, and she go to America. Now she won't talk to us. She said, I don't want to talk to the poor Filipinas anymore because now I have comfortable life. Yes, there's Filipinas that are really sour, rude women because they got blessed. That almost seems to be a characteristic of a lot of women. Deep down inside of them, when somebody comes in and brings them their gravy train, they turn into jerks. I have women write me on my channel constantly saying, well, you got to understand. I don't need to understand anything, lady. I'm tired of hearing about all the garbage about men. I agree with you. But my channel is not here to talk about men. My channel is a rebuttal and a response and an American right and a God-given right to talk about the sins, atrocities, behaviors, and attitudes of women, something that we don't hear a lot about out here. It's time to hear another voice that daily clarifies what's going on. Because women have not been very objective about us bad males at all. There's two sides to every story, and when 50% of all marriages in the U.S. end in divorce, you're never going to sell me that 50% of all those, or that of the 50% marriages end in divorce. There's no way you're going to sell me that all those marriages ended because all the men were bad. That's not logical, that's not rational, and there's no fact to bear that out. I think there's bad men. But something a lot of Western women don't want to hear is there's a lot of bad, nasty women that drive men right out the door. That's fact. It's hard not to notice beauty, guys. It's hard. I notice it. But I always tell myself, look at her body language. Watch her face. That'll tell you everything you need to know. I was at a thrift store yesterday, and a woman who works there, I've seen her before. She's fat, chunky, got a permanent scowl etched on her face. Excuse me! I want to say, do you need to say it like that? And women get away with that Shiite all the time. Rude demeanor, rude body language. And everything in me wants to say, wow, you're miserable. I'm a customer, and you can't even politely say, oh, pardon me, can I get by you? Nope. I like talking about this stuff on my channel because I need to talk about it. It helps me vent. Because this stuff builds all day long. All day long. Women do stuff. All day. I don't look for it. I don't start it. I don't provoke it. I just mind my own business, and somebody gets on the radio and says, okay, Cletus. You know what? Women are jerks. Let's face it. Not all, but a lot of them are today. In our Western worlds. I look at Maharani. She told me a story. She was walking from school a couple years ago, and two white girls started throwing some hard fruit, hit her in the back of the head, really hurt her, and she said, ouch, and all they did was laugh. She didn't even know them, and they were wearing uniforms. I saw it in Hong Kong. Boy, was I in for a rude awakening. Schoolgirls, junior highs, teenage girls, all Chinese girls. They wouldn't move. I'm walking through a massive crowd of people, and they come all holding hands 10 wide, and they're not moving. And me, because I'm a man, I'm going, ooh, don't bump into them. Don't, that's wrong. Guess what I had to learn? Bump into them. I'm not stepping. There's nowhere to go. I can't. The street, the traffic, and the gutter is like this. You don't step in that street or you will die. I had to change my entire gentlemanly upbringing and say, okay, these Chinese girls are going to make a statement and they're going to be rude. I would straighten up. I'd stand tall. I'd increase my speed. And I would look at them in a way, I'm not stopping. Once in a while, they saw the speed I was moving, and they'd let go the hands and let me go. But many times they did not. Pow! Yes. They won't move. But they never said a word to me when I did it. Do you know why? Because they know what they're doing is wrong. Now, If I did that in a mall in America where teenage girls are walking and you can't get around them, and I've noticed that teenage girls will not move. Even American white women, I've done that. I've walked fast and hard, and they're walking 4 wide. They will not move. And I know that if I were to bang them, I would get a rash out of their mouth right now. One day that happened. They wouldn't move. I thought, you know what? There's nowhere for me to go. I connected their shoulder. Hey! I said, well, move your effing butt out of the way. You saw me coming. Oh, my God. Yeah. Oh, my God. The end of the world. You're in a freaking mall. You can't move. You can't show politeness. Hey, I'm tired of playing your games. I didn't. I just said it, and I kept on while they went. If I'd have walked another lap around, I'm sure I would have came back, and they still would have been going. Yep. Somebody said they liked the hen sound. We'll throw that out there more. You want to know how you tick off a bunch of white women? Walk into their hen house and start speaking truth. They'll beak you all over the place. Even Foghorn Leghorn had it right. Anybody remember Foghorn Leghorn, you Americans who grew up on Saturday morning cartoons? He was awesome. So politically incorrect. Great stuff. The cartoons today suck. SpongeBob? Seriously? Barney? We all need to learn to get along. Barney was put together by a very bored housewife. It is so contrived that most of my kids in Duluth, Minnesota in the 90s said Barney is gay, and they weren't meaning homosexual. I said, you guys don't like Barney? This was kindergartners that said this. I said, but Barney seems like a nice show. I'm being somewhat sarcastic, but they didn't catch that. Barney's gay. It's stupid. It's fake. Proving that kids can see through contrived stuff. And I hear more American women when it comes to children. Isn't that nice, Bobby? And Bobby's inside going, oh, please, Mom, please. Can you be any more plastic? I grew up with that crap. Kids can see right through people. So Foghorn Leghorn. Oh, boy, that darn woman. She never shuts up. She's like an outboard motor. Put, 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 put. And I laughed. Somebody played that in a chat room a few years ago. There was a woman. Her screen name was Pepsi Chick. Canadian white woman liked to show everybody her picture and say how beautiful she was, flirt, lead us all on, and tease. She was high maintenance. She'd get on that mic and would not shut up and went on and on. And when she stopped for 10 seconds, some guy from Minnesota played that soundbite for Foghorn. I typed this. That was freaking funny, Marvin. Can you please tell me where you got that? And he told me. You can pull it up on YouTube. Women have a right to talk about this stuff. And there's nothing wrong with us for doing it. They will put us down. They'll call us retarded. They'll tell me I'm a dork. They tell me I can't get a date. They're wrong on all counts. I've gotten many dates with many white women, and most of them were a pain in the butt, waste of time. But I'm glad I had the experience to find out that, yep, that one's just like everything I've been talking about. Yee-hoo! I've also dated a few white women that were nice, that aren't looking for money, that just want to be loved. So, this is not a vendetta that I hate white girls. I think some white women are stunning. It's just that women clothe themselves in this culture that we're in. It's not very fashionable. They need to take those clothes off. They need to truly be the person God wants them to be. And then they will find that the rest of us will stop speaking out against them. But I make no apologies. I can take all the nasty, foul, feminist, angry, man-hating women out there and say, go ahead, put me down, but I'm right. I have so much, 48 years of verifiable experience. I have experience and validation just reading your comment, the tenor and style of it. One woman wrote me, "Sweetie," after I confronted her, and I said, "No, we're tired of this stuff." I said, "Don't call me sweetie. Don't patronize me. Don't even." I had more people thumbs upping my Western women are destroying themselves, feminism is destroying Western women. And I had people from all over the place writing me, including people from other countries that came over here and visited and said, "You know, before I saw your video, I visited America. I spent several months there, and I saw this exact dynamic in the women. I thought, wow, these women are rude, loud, profane," and they saw it. I thought of Maharani at the train station. I said, "Please don't go there at 7. She goes, "No, I told my family," and they said, "Please don't go down there." I said, "The next time that happens, when you see that pack coming, pick up your phone, call the Australian emergency number and say, 'I'm at the train station. These guys are skateboarders and they're harassing me.'" They had their skateboards and everything. We've got that right here in this culture. Little baby boys that harass a sweet girl minding her own business, and they think they're bad and buff and tough. And we got that whole mentality in most American males. I watch a football game, therefore I am. I drive a Dodge truck. I'm fully macho. No, you're an insecure little nitwit. A gnat on somebody's butt. And I'm going to take my hand and go, whoosh, dead. Why aren't men getting real in our culture? Why are men so shallow that they want to be seen with the trophy wife, to quote Venus Star? Why? Because men are shallow just as much as Toots is. And Hollywood continues to promote this. Promote it, push it, push it, push it. Hollywood has made fun of the thick glasses. I find that interesting. We have all this problem of bullying in public schools, and it hasn't stopped at all. It's still there. It goes on the bus. It goes on in the schools. And when you graduate from high school, you can buy a big SUV and a truck and bully people on the roads. You can crowd up to them, drive over the line so that you can glare at them in the mirror and say, "Get out of my way. I'm bigger than you. I'm going to speed. I don't care. Move. I'm going to intimidate you and make you feel bad for being there." Driver peer pressure. I see it all day long. I like the guys that do that in their little tiny two-door Prius or whatever, and they're over that line looking in my bus mirror. I'm not stopping for students. I'm going with traffic. I'm going 25 in the 30 zone because the car in front of me is putting and the cars in front of him are putting. Doofus behind me can't see, so he's, "You need to speed up." Well, I can't, bucko. Why don't you take your little turtle shell car and haul butt around me, and then you'll see there's a whole line of traffic in front of me, Kay? I mean, I get annoyed at that stuff. The secular culture we live in is stupid. People are stupid. I watch women and men both equally so, competing to beat somebody to the red light. Race up there, slam on the brakes, and then you pull up next to them, and all I do is turn my head and go. And then they won't look at you. She pulls out her nail file. Pulls out her nail polish. "Oh, yeah, you suddenly felt the need to do..." I know what's going on. I look like an idiot, but I don't want to give that away. I'm going to pretend I'm calm, cool, and collective. Women, I can see you in your underwear. Why don't you just quit playing? See, that's the way my mind works. So if a bunch of women call me retarded loser geek and I can't get a date, when I see what I see every day, I go, no, actually, women have become very socially retarded. Women in a secular culture, they think that all this cliche way of living is where it's at. They're wrong. I want to say I'm very pleased to see a lot more women showing up on the channel, and Christian women that are leaving very good comments, constructive comments that I enjoy reading. Some of them I don't read because they're too long. I try to read as much as I can. I don't read everything because there's just so many comments. I'm guilty of living in a soundbite world myself. I try to read 1 or 2 liners, but I can't read paragraph upon paragraph. It's tough. Pacific is trying to grow and get closer. This morning it was nice to be able to focus on God, and last night on Skype with Maharani and remind her that we're not going to be loved by this world. Stop trying. And we men need to stop even inkling, hoping, striving for the approval rating of a good-looking woman, a woman like that to look our way. I'm telling you, by all of the authority vested in me, with 48 years of personal experience and listening to men and women talk and watching me standing outside, I've watched males in the break room. We have some good-looking bus drivers, and they know it. And I watched the Mexican guy, hey, how you doing? You know, the guys that could probably be better chance getting a date. And I watch her, she'll play him. I'm good, how are you? La 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 la. And they'll talk every day, and the guy's in there thinking, oh, I'm getting somewhere. She might be interested in me. Then a week goes by, and then they're not talking to each other at all. It's like, she snubbed you. Flush. I watched this play out in front of my eyes, and I laugh. I go, I've never came on to her because I'm smart enough to look at her and go, she wouldn't choose me anyway. Why give her that attention? You know what's funny? She'll come up and say hi to me. Hey, how you doing? I'm good. How are you? Oh, I'm all right. I don't come on to her. I know I couldn't get her. She ignores people. But because I don't go after her, she'll come up and start talking to me. I find it funny. I don't even secretly hope to get a date because I know she never would. She's stunning. I'm not going to lie. But I wanted to say something. I do want to say something. I'm going to be transparent. This will get me in trouble with my attackers, but I don't care. I'm being honest and human. We're not supposed to wear low-cut shirts at work, but one day I was at a school. I was covering her out. She happened to be covering her out. I walked over. Oh, hey, how you doing? You covering her out here today? I didn't know it was her. Went up the stepwell, stood, up the top step. She had on a low-cut shirt. She had obviously changed her shirt when she left the break room, because if they'd have seen that, they would have said, you can't wear that. I'm not going to lie. I was like, oh my gosh, that's pretty. I didn't say it, but my eyes were looking that way. She saw it, and I noticed something. She turned in such a way where I could see more and saying, so how you doing? I'm going to tell you something. Women like that. Unlike other guys, I didn't say, wow, that's a great view, girl. I don't do that stuff. But she caught my eye. And I was sitting there getting an eyeful. And she knows. And she liked. Does she want to date me? No. But that day she was probably down just enough that she thought, oh, feels good to be noticed. That is innate in every woman out there. Thank you very much. Now, there are people who say, man, Pacific, you're being a pig. No, I wasn't. She was showing it. It's like, okay, she wants people to look. I'll look. I'm in. I'm saying this from a man's perspective to be real. I was told by somebody, do you know every guy in here has tried to get a date with that chick? I said, I can believe it. She's a 10. He says, she won't date anybody in here. I said, that girl can get any guy she wants, literally, just on her beauty alone. The funny thing is, if a woman, and I'm going to say something, I'm going to add this because I'm not a dog. I don't care what all these jackass women have to say, and they are jackass. The ones that call me retarded and dork and nerd and goofy looking, they're idiots. They're rude. I am not an ugly guy. I don't think I'm God's gift to women, but I look at my body at 48 years old, I'm like, dang, I'm doing better than most 48-year-old women and most 48-year-old men in our culture. Thank you very much. Not that I want to get into comparing, but I've been put down all my life, and it's only in the last few years I started realizing and said, I am not a dog, and I have dignity, and I have respect, and I have worth, and if you don't want to respect me, I will shove you off. And what I mean by that? I'll discredit what you say and relegate it into the trash can. What would she think of me, that hot-looking woman? I don't know. But I can guarantee you this, if she thought I was gross and a dog, I don't think she would let me get an eyeful. I've seen men looking at women that are dressed provocatively, and I've seen the woman suddenly reach up and pull her shirt up a little bit more. I've seen that. I've watched that happen. My eyes are watching things. I like watching the interaction of people because I learn more from the non-spoken word than I do the oral. I just watch things. And it's amazing if you stand back and shut up and just watch people. A story begins to unfold in front of your eyes, and you watch people at a bus station, train station, an airport, in a restaurant, in the break room, and you go, oh, look at this thing going down over here. He's moving in. He sees her dressed the way she's dressed, and he's going to get close to her and think he's going to get a date today. And then I watch her, and I watch her body language stiffen. I watch her pull up her shirt. I go, yeah, she has no interest in him whatsoever. Isn't this fun? He's too stupid to figure it out. I'm standing here watching this like I'm watching a movie from across the room, and I want to say, dude, give it up! People watching is fun. Go sit in a mall in a food court and watch. That's actually boring. You know what I've learned? People who are really materialistic are really boring to watch because they're just zombies and they're dead. Let's go buy some more stuff. Let's go buy some more stuff. Mall people are really boring. I used to walk around in the Spokane Mall and I'd listen to the women as I'm doing my laps. I'd go upstairs and then downstairs and I did laps. I did miles in the mall. I didn't go in the stores. I just used the mall as an indoor lap track for winter and cold weather. And I'd listen to very good-looking women walking and talking, and I thought, not one of them are ever saying anything of import. None of them. They're talking about their dog. They're talking about their SUV. Oh, yes, my husband and I are going to go on a cruise, and, yeah, we booked a flight, and la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. You're not going to hear them talking about the foundational truths of God. You're not going to hear them talk about anything of any importance. It's just all about their little happy, bless me world. It's interesting. It is amazing how man can be so blind by beauty that he'll really think he's in love with a girl. And I'm going to tell you something, that there is something biologically hugely powerful in us that we notice beauty. And it's so easy to mistake that for love. And we need to say it's lust. I think it's okay to notice beauty. Yes, from a scriptural point of view, we need to get control of the lust factor. We need to not undress in our mind. But you know what? The sad thing is we don't have to undress in our mind. She's already undressed for us. The way they dress, the way they carry themselves, there's nothing left for the imagination. And that makes the battle even harder. And you can read Steve Arterburn, and you can read Neil T. Anderson, Bondage Breaker, and you could read book after book after book. The reality is we're human. And I always tell people, try not to put yourself in the freeway where the problems are. Don't look at the porn. Don't go to the places where all these provocatively dressed women are. People have asked me, does that mean I shouldn't go to the beach? I struggle with that. I love the ocean. The thing that helps me at the beach is there's so dang many women in bikinis out there, and it's like, they're not going to be interested in me. I'm here to see the ocean. I don't even care about these mermaids laying around. Sometimes there are some things that have a greater pull on me than some bimbo laying in the sand, provocatively dressed. When I'm at the ocean, I told Maharani, I said, I will have an affair on you if I was married to you, and it would be my love affair with the ocean. And she laughed. She goes, I can accept that. There's a part of me that wants to go out on a ship in a raw storm. Yeah, I don't feel like puking over the sides for the whole voyage, but I want to experience going on a ship across the Pacific. There's something in me that calls deeply into that. I told the lady of the house, I want to do one more grand adventure before I can. She goes, you've already done adventures more than most people. I said, I'm not satisfied. The adventure I did before was a waste of time. It was a pursuit of a dang woman that was good looking, and that netted me problems. I want to go on a real adventure. I want to do something that I want to do. I don't know entirely what that is or what it looks like, but I'd love to sail across the Pacific on a ship. That I'd like to do. And it'd be fun to go to another country and spend a little time there and just enjoy the culture and the life. And viewers, I know I'll get feedback on this, but good-looking women are often teasers. Good-looking women often demand way more than we can give them. Good-looking women, Western women, cause more headaches and more grief and have less to give and are less sacrificial than the plain Jane girl. I have seen plain Jane girls who are so desperate for love. Man, come over, I'll make you dinner. We'll watch a movie. I'd love to be with you. They tend to be more giving because they know that everybody isn't falling down all over them. I don't care if a woman's plain Jane. They're slender and take care of themselves. But we've made a huge mistake in elevating the princess. And we're paying for it. We're paying for it at all levels. And women like that are nothing but a distraction in any American workplace where there's men. They're a distraction. They hamper productivity. They hamper mental purity. Confidence. I told Maharani, confidence does not come from self-esteem. Confidence doesn't come just because I have taken to her. It doesn't come if some voluptuous, hot-looking woman was into me. No, actually, it'd make my insecurity more manifest because there'd be a part of me and my own insecurity walking around in public thinking, eat that up, guys. She's with me. Yes, it would be there. That's a distraction. Confidence comes from one place. Arrogance comes from another. Arrogance does not come from God. That comes from the devil. I shall be like the Most High, and my followers are going to be arrogant just like me. With Pacific, I've learned I have fears and insecurities, but confidence comes when I know I'm doing the right thing. That gives me confidence, because that comes from God. When I'm not doing the right thing, my confidence is shattered. Shattered. And if those of you that are Christians have sinned, you know what I'm talking about. When you're standing on the truth, it's not about being a jerk or obnoxious, but you have that settledness. Hey, I know I did the right thing here. God, be my rock. Be my defense. And you walk on. I get easily rattled, I admit it. But when I'm right about something, I know it. I know it. When I'm wrong, I know it too. There's times when I've done something that's like, oh, God, yeah, I blew it. Forgive me, please. Shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have done that. You see, I can be man enough to admit that watching a Lore Master video inspired this whole thing. I can be man enough to tell my viewers, watch some of his stuff. It's pretty decent. I'm glad he got rid of and took down the videos that were attacking me. Those were dumb. My opinion. I'm all about promoting stuff that I believe is true. He makes a good point. Why do we look at that woman? Why do we hope to get a date? We're not going to. Most of us average guys, they're not going to give us the time of day. And I would even submit something crude here. Why even masturbate over her image? She's not going to get that far with you, partner. It is only a fantasy in your dreams. If we would start telling ourselves the truth, no, the lust isn't going to go away. That's not what I'm talking about. But something has happened in our culture that I'm going to share with you, and I'm going to close with this point, and it may, how long it will take to build it out, I don't know. In our culture, women have been so mean that when a good-looking woman is nice to me, I feel my sensualness aroused and think, well, maybe she likes me. A lot of men have become conditioned to believe that when a woman is actually nice, they feel aroused because they're not used to that. And then women say, because I'm nice, thinks I want to get down his pants. Yes, sometimes, yes, we're guilty of that because so many women aren't nice anymore. See, if all the women were nice, if women would just be comfortable with themselves, hey, Mike, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. Sally, how are you? Great. If there was more of that, for those women that got the looks and know it, why don't you just say hi to those of us that are average? It's not about trying to get a date with me or you. But if you all exuded confidence, then it would even things out where women aren't sitting there going, oh, she wants me. It'd just be nice to have everybody be nice. And a woman knows how to control that. If a guy's coming on to her and she's not interested, she can politely say, hey, you know what? It's good to talk to you, but I got to go. There's a way she can do that. But instead, women get all weird about it, neurotic about it, shut down. Oh, I'm not going to talk to him. There's a difference between a guy who's an aggressive, assertive, can't take no for an answer, and those guys you do deal with. And you deal with them firmly. Hey, you know what? Thanks for the compliment, but can I say something to you? I'm not interested in you. Could you please stop? And lady, can you come in the next morning and say, hey, Paul, how you doing? Even to the one who had an inordinate interest in you. If he doesn't get a hint, then take it to the next level and tell your supervisor. But the problem is too many women think that every man wants to get down their pants, so therefore I'm going to be rude to everybody except the one I'm interested in. That's wrong too. Extremism, pendulum clockism, pendulum swing to the left, Alamande to the right. And I'm tired of it. If women know that they got good looks, be confident of it. Don't be a jerk about it. And maybe you could show a little humanity and say, because I am good looking, men are going to notice me. That's the way they're wired. And without being an obnoxious flirt, maybe you could smile and say, you know what? Thank you for noticing me. I appreciate that. You're a pretty nice guy yourself. If everybody would make each other feel good, then maybe some of the sexuality would temper down a little bit, and maybe things would get back to normal. There's always going to be jerk males. But do all the women got to be jerks to all of us? I don't think that's fair. So, yeah, I don't know how to handle a nice, good-looking woman, because they're rare. So, when Pacific went to Hong Kong and there's all these pretty little Asian honeypots all over the place, they were nice to me and they did want me. My system went crazy. I couldn't even comprehend that. Can I tell you what insecurely went through my head? Oh, I'd like all these guys that talk tough and all these guys with their beards and tattoos bragging about how macho they are. I'd like to see them be a fly on the wall and see all these not see what I've done with them, but see these good-looking women that are on my arm. Do you know why I thought that thought? Because I was put down by men like that all my life. You're a geek. He, ha. My point in my videos is we all carry scars, and we all carry butt hurt, and we all carry little wounds, and we all need to talk about it. Not play the victim, but it has colored and affected and shaped the way that we view and do things. No wonder Pacific went bonkers with women over there. He spent $20,000 in 4 years chasing a woman around that didn't appreciate him. And I was too slow to totally grasp the full reality that this woman wanted a visa, a green card, or something, but she didn't want my heart. So when I ended that and knew, great, now I've got a third failed marriage. To go back to America with that dog bone in my mouth is not very comfortable. At that point, something in me said, oh my gosh, I'm already divorced twice. Churches have looked down on me that didn't even know me or my past. They just, when I was honest enough, because I was taught by Christians, got to be accountable. And a lot of Christians, they want to know everything about you. But it's not always to help you and to bring glory to God. Sometimes they want to know who you are so they can know what box to file you and put the lid on it, shove it on a shelf. Divorced male. Girls, stay away from him. Yes, churches do that. So here I am in Hong Kong. I've got 5 months left. Fish or cut bait. I even had a Christian girl come on to me. Her name was Christine. So I went to whole church. One day she invited me. And I told her what happened. I said, man, I was here. And I was with my wife for 3 days, and she went ballistic, clawed me, hid me. I told her the whole thing. Do you know what was ironic? I expected her to go, oh, you're like still married and you've been married several times, and she didn't do any of that. Her response, I'm so sorry you went through that. Yeah, some Filipinas aren't good. She invited me along with several other girls from the church. She said, can I have your phone number? She goes, I want you to come. We went, man, I think we rode that bus an hour all the way over to Kowloon and the New Territories and had to do some serious walking, take all this food and have this big get-together. And after she said goodbye to everybody, she goes, oh, Michael, I want you to stay behind. She goes, I'm going to make no bones about it. I've watched you at church, and I like you. I said, you like me? You're a Christian woman. You're not judging me for all my stuff? She goes, Michael, I was married too in the Philippines. My husband was abusive. She was my age. She wasn't younger. I think a couple of years was it. She goes, I like the things you say about God, and I like you, and she goes, I wanted you to help me carry all this stuff because it's heavy. And I said, well, I hate to tell you this, but I can't even think of marrying somebody from this world. I said, I tried to immigrate her. I said, now I got to get a legalized divorce before I could even consider immigrating somebody back to my country. She sat by me when we sat. She would sing in the choir, and after choir, she would come and sit right next to me. She'd always look at me with that killer smile. She was a very nice girl. I met a lot of nice girls over there. That's why I came back with a vengeance and said, I need to speak out against our culture. Because not all the girls were looking for a green card. She had no interest in coming to America. She said, I would rather we could go to the Philippines and live a simple life. I hear what preacher says about your culture. I hear what you say about your culture. I've seen on the TV about your culture. I don't want to go there. I said, I'm not rich, though. She goes, I don't care. Yeah, Pacific gets hurt too. Women aren't nice. They're mean. In fact, they're mean as hell over here. And they can just trot off and go, he's just bitter. I won't go out with him. Throw more salt in the eyes, baby. And then to come back to the U.S. and be honest about my story and tell it and have some little twat girl tell me I would never go out with you with your homosexual dabblings, blah, 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 blah. I'm close to the Apostle Paul. And I hear stuff like that, and I just go, wow. No wonder I went over there and went effing crazy with the women. They noticed me. And how come men aren't allowed to have that? Women, it's all about, notice me. A Britney Spears song. All the women's music is all about them. Look at any date profile on any dating site. Any dating site. POF? eHarmony? Christian Mingle? It always seems to start off this way. I want a man that. iPhone, iPad, iPod, I want man. Same thing. And I've read men's profiles just out of curiosity the way they word it. They're stupid too. But then there's a lot of average men that said, seeking a woman who just likes to have simple fun, cook together, walk together, laugh together, talk together. And I'm like, there's a reasonable post. And how many women will go after that guy? I saw an ad the other day that just killed me. The guy showed a picture of himself, older man with big money. I feel like going for a cruise today up to Georgetown. I'd like a hot-looking woman to ride with me in my Jaguar, and had a picture of his Jaguar. Welcome to Colorado. I go back to Hong Kong over and over because I stop and think, and I'm going to say something blunt. If I don't go to Barbados, if that can't be worked out, I thought maybe I ought to go to Hong Kong this summer just to get a date again. What? Hey, I'm tired of being alone too. And the sad thing is I could go over there and get a date within 1 week. 1 week! That easy. No, the women aren't easy. That's not what I'm saying. They want to be loved too. And all I got to do is sit in videoke. They'll go down by the harbor or go down on a Sunday when they're all off, hang out, talk to them. They'd want to be with me. I'm sorry. And I listen to a Christian culture over here that is self-righteous, condemning and rude of us pig males. And women in our culture do not, by and large, even stop to think about our needs, our insecurities, and that we hurt and long for and have passions inside of us. And we're not allowed to express those in a Christian setting. No, we're not. Pacific wants love too. Pacific wants to feel the embrace of a woman. Pacific wants to be with somebody enjoyable. It's too bad that because of circumstances, Maharani and I can't. Maharani, out of all the women I've chatted with, online, face-to-face, in my 48 years, I've got to say, I would be hard-pressed to ever find a woman like that where we meet emotionally, sensually, intellectually, and spiritually. And in spite of a huge gulf of a Pacific Ocean between us, we've been through a lot of the same stuff in slightly different ways, but we've both been rejected, we've both been ignored, we both have been laughed at, teased, harassed, and bullied. Takes one to know one. And I would tell every one of my male viewers, you need to find a woman who's more like yourself. Don't be going for that carrot on a stick. You're wasting your time. Start looking at some of the plain Jane women that aren't that don't think they're all that in a bag of chips. They might be a better date for you. That might result in a good wife for you. Quit looking at those 10s. They really have nothing to offer. I've been with what I consider 10s in Hong Kong. None of them had the attitude of American Western women with looks. Not one. Yeah, there was some nut jobs I dated over there. There were some girls that I wouldn't consider 10s. They were decent looking, but they had big problems and caused a lot of drama. Even among their own friends, not just with me. And their own friends said, wow. I think of that Edith. For those of you that want to go back to the video, Pacific with Lady Friend IFC Mall. She was very simple. But you know what? She was so sweet to me. She'd been laughed at, called a monkey, made fun of for her looks, and I'm like, what? I'm sorry, but to me, she's a 10. She could model. She was very skinny, but she was very good looking. Beautiful long hair, lovely face. And you see her in the video, she's got her arms all over me and smiling and being silly. She didn't have all these inhibitions. How much you make? What's your status? Do you have an education? And American women counter with, well, she's one of them dumb Asians that's desperate. Bull crap. She never once asked me to marry her. She knew I was leaving and we dated. She actually left before me. She went back to Manila because she had lost her job through a very mean, cruel Chinese employer. I'm sorry. I look at a girl like Edith. She was hot looking. She was nice to me. I learned by all my experiences in Hong Kong that I deserve a good-looking woman just as much as anybody else. And I learned there's not something wrong with me. Why those women won't date me. There's something wrong with our culture and our Western nations culture. Why do I have that? Because Maharani sees it right over there. She sees it. Because even a woman in Yugoslavia sees it in the Western nations culture. Because a man in the UK going to college sees it, and he lives in the UK. Because Canadians write me all the time and say the same is true up here in Canada Pacific. I've had black men write me in America. Say, it's not just white woman, brother. It's my own black girls, too. Western cultures. Good-looking women don't want me because they're not looking at me like I'm retarded and a doofus and a loser. No, they're just not looking at me. They don't want to. Moy would not be a 10 in most people's eyes. And I already told you about that. Moy learned, 49 years old, Moy learned that she'd never seen love. She'd never seen somebody just appreciate her. She went crazy over me. She was cute. She was fit. She stretched every day. She took care of her body. I can't even find in my culture a slender, mildly attractive woman who wants to be with me in Denver, Colorado. That's interesting. And trust me, I've analyzed myself. Is it me? I said, nope. Because now I step back and look at these women and go, what is making them tick? What is their interest? What are they after? And you know what? They wouldn't be interested in me. 1, I'm intense. 2, I'm deep. I have a lot of experiences that most of them don't and will never, ever have. They think they're so educated. They lived on the head of a pin most of their life in a materialistic, shallow culture, and they think they're all that and then some. And people who usually think that way are people who really haven't gone anywhere far in life. They may have moved up the corporate ladder or the financial ladder, but they just don't have a worldview that it's in according with knowledge, truth, and intellect. I work with people in Denver that have never left Federal Boulevard except in their school bus route. Their view of the world is about that big. Denver is not a world-class city. Denver's not an international city. Denver is not a classy city. Denver's a redneck, podunk city that I would call somewhere around 5th or 6th rate. It's not Hong Kong. It's not New York. It's not Los Angeles. It's not Seattle. It's not San Diego. It's heavily influenced by the boring, dowdy, low-classness of Midwestern stoic mentality, coupled with American garbage cultural baggage mentality that when I watch people every day driving, that their biggest ambition for the day is to beat somebody to the red light mentality, and I sit here and go, and people are looking at me like I'm an idiot because I comment on this stuff. That just emboldens me to keep on rolling. I know for a fact that there are male viewers of mine that if they went through the same stuff I did, that they would go crazy too in a place like Hong Kong. How could they not? It's okay for women to be picky, demand whatever they want. It's okay for them to go and have sex when they feel it's okay to have sex. But when a man goes and does what I do, I get condemned, ripped apart by American women for that. But not one of them will stop and listen to what I'm saying and say, hey, I've been through a lot of junk. And that just made it easier for me to just say, oh my gosh, all these pretty women want me. Well, my marriage has failed. It doesn't matter if I go back to church in America. They're never going to accept me. The culture doesn't accept me. I don't have any close community with anybody over here. I've gotten more community in Hong Kong than I ever did in the United States of America, and more community through viewers on my YouTube channel than I've ever gotten anywhere else. Now, isn't that ironic? The internet? Face-to-face, American culture doesn't do well. So, Pacific, you going to go to Hong Kong for a date? I'm not going to go to Hong Kong for a date. But is it tempting? Absolutely. I'd like to go somewhere this summer. I'd actually like to go somewhere where my focus should be on glorifying God and less about glorifying the flesh. Because that's too easy to do. When we don't have somebody to express love and passion to, it's easy to long for those things. But I do notice that not just with Maharani, but the same is true of me. That's why I did this channel. Not in the original beginning of it all. It was just goof off. Raccoon hat sitting on the toilet, cat on the toilet with Star Wars music. I mean, come on. And then it evolved. And I started going, why not talk about those things that really bother me? And part of me was afraid. It's like, yeah, you know, people are not going to get into this. I was shocked. I was shocked to find a plethora of people out there going, wow. I appreciate the nice comments people make, but I don't think I'm all that in a bag of chips. I don't even eat chips. culture, from Saturday Night Fever all the way to present day, everything's about a woman getting sex with a woman, getting that hot woman. All the videos are hot women showing their complete bodies, dancing provocative to get us all stirred up, to get us all lusting. And now it's gone so far that even other women are lusting after those women, and these women just can't get enough of themselves. When you worship yourself, you'll never get fulfilled. Pamela Anderson and all of female culture in this country. There's a lack of contentment. There's a lack of a whole lot of things. And we as Christians need to turn around and say, what are these women doing? They're parading around like they got it going on, and actually what they're doing is all their atrocious insecurities hanging out in just the very fact that the proof comes out every day, the way they carry themselves, that they're really selfish. Why is that? Because they're dysfunctional. Because they're screaming for attention while not giving any attention to any of us who also want it to. So when women condemn me for my views on my channel, I'm getting more confident. Yep, typical. Another American woman who can't handle the truth. That is what it is. The way women in America and Western nations deal with that, oh, you're very disturbed. You've got deep anger issues. Are you a counselor? Are you a certified MD? Nope. How would they know that? We all have issues. The women responding that way prove they have issues. Yes, sirree, Bob. And you know what? The responses, the tone of the responses gives me confidence. Wow, this woman's nasty. Look at what she wrote. She's just proving it. Yeah, we all got problems. People saying they have their life together. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not in every iota. No, some more than others. Yeah, so that being said, we all, as men, who wouldn't want that hot-looking woman? But ask yourself what you'd get if she actually was interested in you. I'm going to tell you right now. If she even gave you the time of the day, if she was genuinely in love with you, she's rare, and you better hang on to her and treat her right. But may I submit to you that those hot-looking women, they are shallow. They are materialistic. They are self-centered. They are narcissistic. They are not sacrificial. They're not a servant mentality. They're not going to serve you. You will serve them, and you'll be their slave. Our society has catered to that. The shopping mall is more for women than it is for men. It caters to their innate self-centeredness. The whole materialistic system in our culture caters to narcissism. People and corporations, if women would wake up and realize the greed in corporate America, that they are using any means they can to get you to buy their product, even appealing to your innate narcissism to do it. That should prove to every American woman that corporate America will stop at nothing to greedily grab your dollars, and that American women should say no to the whole industry and say, we're tired of being pimped. But they don't. They play right into it. The whole porn industry. Women complain about men and their sex drive, and the whole porn industry is driven by women. Not the man who owns it It's driven by women who lust for money. And they want their bodies to be noticed and admired. And yet those same women walking around in public, if a man looked at them, they'd be going, ew, that perv's looking at me. But you were naked all over the porn channels. Does this make sense? They're thinking? No. Women are in love with themselves. The problem is God set up a system that worked until sin came into the picture. He wanted a man to love and dote on the woman and provide for her needs, sexual, intimacy, validation. But everything got broken at the fall. Men view women as sex objects. And part of that is because men are wired differently, but also women have played into that and they have helped promote that. They have. Women wanting to be validated have categorically invalidated, disrespected, trashed, dissed, and put us men down. Sadly, a lot of Christian women are doing that, and God will not bless them, and God will bring that to their memory when they stand before that bema seat for losses and rewards. We're all going to stand there, and we're all going to have some splaining to do, and a whole bunch of us are going to be standing there looking there with our sheepish face going, uh-oh, I will, females will. We hide behind our stuff and our degrees, but we'll be nude before him. No degrees, no hot looks, nothing to hide behind, just naked in front of God, and God's going to say, you know what? Let me show you this. Do you remember when you did this? That was really nice. Ouch. That's why it says you wipe every tear from our eyes, because I'm sorry, we're going to be crying when we stand up there. Because nobody's going to get an A+ when they stand before God. Nobody. The Bible talks about living your life in such a way that when the whole thing is put through the fire, your works will be burned up, suffering loss, but he himself shall be saved, except scarcely, barely, as though by fire. It's talking about a person who becomes born again but lives their life so shallow and a diapered saint all their life, and they have no rewards to show. There's going to be a lot of that. I'm not as mature as I'd like to be. No way. I've got a long way to go. But our culture is deeply ingraining and affecting and toxifying the church culture. We're all sinners. We all fall short of the glory of God. When we're saved, we have the righteousness of Christ applied to us. And because of that, God looks at us through his Son. But we've got to make the most of our opportunity, because the days are evil. Make the most of every opportunity, for the days are evil. And we've got to do that. Women need to stop competing against us males. They need to stop dangling their looks in our face and living off that one string guitar there is called mybeauty.com. And start working on this, because when they get to old age and they've crapped all over men and snubbed all the men, and men use and abuse them and throw them away like a used you-know-what in the gutter, don't come whining to us that all you ever wanted was love. No, you didn't. You wanted love of yourself. And you found out that nobody really loves you at all. They thought your body was great, took it for a ride, and you're just like those old 1940s, 1950s cars in those old Route 66 town. Headlights have fallen out, windshields all cracked, paint's peeling off, tires are long gone, and it's a rusting hulk. And that's what you're going to become, ladies. Who wants to drive you then? Who's gonna drive you home when you scream? I've often thought of it would be fun if I had the technology to take pieces from songs that I liked and put it all together in a message and do video to it. That would be cool. If you build your life on a foundation of truth and you start working on the heart and stop worrying about men being perfection for you, it'd be a whole different world for you. But Pacific is biding his time. He knows that in the end, these good-looking women that are building their life on fluff, puff, vanity, plastic, and snubbing all of us, your chickens are coming home to roost, honey. And I long that God speed the day quickly, because I've seen enough of this to sink 10 billion cargo ships in this country, and I'm tired of it. Your beauty is not your own. God endowed you with that, and you better fall on your face and thank Him for it. And you better start being humble, and you better stop using it as a weapon against males. That's just wrong. So, when a man goes over to Asia, I have needs too. And when a woman loves me and wants to hold my hand and wrap her arms around me and put her cheek up against my cheek, I'm sorry, but that feels good. Women say they want love, but it's not okay for men to seek that. And then you throw the Christian context. Well, you got to be moral. You got to be morally pure. Well, none of us is. We strive to get there. We strive to be there. But our culture is not conducive to it. Bottom line is Pacific had been put down, bullied, made fun of all his life. And when all of a sudden some very drop-dead gorgeous Asian women were interested in me, hey, I enjoyed that. It was nice to feel wanted. It wasn't about being a piggy slut. That's not what it was about. Because I didn't just look at them that way. I enjoyed talking to them, walking with them, taking a ferry and saying, let's go explore this place. Oh yeah, I made love with some of them. Not all. But you know what? God loves me, and He knows why I did it. Because He knows my heart. God doesn't wink at sin. God doesn't smile at sin. But too many Christian women in this country that are good looking got a snot-nosed mentality and think that, well, you're not worthy of me. Honey, you're not worthy of me either. I was created in the image of God. I am God's child. And no matter what you view my life and my past, I have value before God through His blood. Booyah. I have dignity and I have respect. And just because I've made mistakes doesn't give you the right to parade around and prance around with your shirtless pictures and your scantily clad pictures and snub others. That's wrong. There will be women that are interested in me, that are decent looking. Not in Denver, but there already are. Only because of complications I can't have them. But there are women that are interested in me. And if God wants me to have somebody, He can make that happen. And if He doesn't, He doesn't. Meanwhile, I'm still going to speak, and I still go to work as long as I can work, and I'm going to do all that I can do in a day's time. And I feel good saying these things. I feel liberated to get it off my chest and say what many men already feel in their heart and know too. Another voice out there, daily clarifying and speaking the truth. We don't need to hear the backwash from women. Well, but, all these men, we've heard it. We've heard it enough. Now it's time for you guys to take a tongue lashing. It's time for you to be scolded. Yes, it's time. Quit dangling your beauty in our faces and quit tempting us and then snubbing us at the same time. Get over yourself. I could tell my viewers story after story after story of women who have worn provocative clothing and then they bend down right in front of me in the workplace, and I'm thinking, oh, that was obvious. They want me to see. And then as they look up and their eyes meet mine and then they grin, it's like, you know what you're doing. Ding dong. I hate that. I remember a woman did that. I was asked to go upstairs in the truck dealership, and this well-endowed blonde woman, she wore those soft bras so her nipples are poking right through. She goes, oh, I'm so glad you came to help. I need you to help me move these boxes because we got to organize it up here. Okay. She leans right down in front of me. Shirt spills open. I see everything, including nipples. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. Then the same ding-dong starts telling me, after she stands back up and nipples poking through her top, says, you know the guy who checks in the trucks down there? I said, yeah. He's been coming on to me, and it's really creeping me out. Because of the way the workplace is today, I can't say what I really want to say. I want to say, well, Toots, with all due respect, you just bent over in front of me. I can see all of your breasts, all of your cleavage, and your nipples poking through your shirt. What guy isn't going to notice that? You go up and you're all flirty with everybody, provocative, and then you turn around and say, well, I'm married. I'll tell you what, I don't think our society's fair. Women can do that. They can do that. We can't say anything. If I were to turn around and say, well, you're kind of provocative, she could run down those stairs and say, he told me I'm provocative, and I would be called in the office. You think I don't know that? I can say it on my channel. You can't do it in the workplace. Don't tell me America's a free country. It's only free if you're a woman. You got freedom of speech. You can say anything you want. You can call people Cletus on a two-way radio. If you're a black woman, you can say all the whites are racist. You can say crap and diss Christians and Jewish people, but don't you dare say anything against blacks and women. No, we're not free. Selective censorship is what it is. Welcome to the new age. Radioactive. Women are radioactive. Oh, yeah. And the fallout continues. Sheesh, if somebody were to run a Geiger counter on me, there's plutonium all over me. The needle will be going, glow-in-the-dark fishies. I'm telling ya. Pacific is talking about the culture, and he's got his finger on the pulse. This is real stuff, folks. Real stuff. So, the good news is, God sees all this. He knows. I took the time Saturday to write up a full complaint about Miss Cletus. And I said in it to my supervisor, I want this dealt with. This is unprofessional on the two-way. This was offensive to me. I don't have warm feelings towards this person as it is. I avoid her. I don't talk to her. There was no call for that. I want this dealt with. I don't want a meeting with the two of us. I have nothing to say. This needs to be dealt with. Please contact dispatch. They record it. You can ask dispatch. She will verify. That's all you need. Men, it may be petty to you, but if we don't start standing up against the atrocious behavior of women, they've already put a noose around our neck about harassment, workplace issues. We men need to stand on the same laws they enacted for themselves and throw it right back in their face like a brick, because it needs to be done. And I will see to it that something's done about this. I will go to my supervisor and say, you got my email, right? 10-4. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to let some ghetto black woman who's unprofessional, uncouth, thinks she's all that in a bag of chips when she isn't, talk to me like that in the workplace. I guarantee you that if I'd have talked to her that way, she'd be walking around with a Cheshire cat grin saying, I got you, babe. You are so busted. People say, don't you think you have a spirit of revenge? This isn't about a spirit of revenge. It's about a spirit of equality that they've demanded for a long time. Well, I want it too, damn it. I have dignity and I have respect. I am tired of women like Gypsy and Ghetto Girl and a host of American women and Western women that can spout off, smart off, demean, humiliate, put down, and say hurtful, nasty things with no accountability to God, no accountability to the laws that they wanted over themselves that apply equally to all of us. And I'm encouraging men, start making a movement back against them. It's way overdue. Very important. There's nothing unchristian about that. The good thing is when I get my focus where it needs to be, God has sent his son for Pacific and for each and every one of you. And if we reflect on that, that's huge. God does not stand up there with a scorecard saying, you're ugly. You don't get my grace. Nope, you don't have a college degree. See ya. You don't drive a Jaguar. You don't wear the right clothes. You got thick glasses. Thank God. People do that. People that are sinners do that. People that listen to their flesh and listen to the devil do that. When Pacific talks on his channel, I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm trying to speak out about things that have gone amok. Men, stand up and claim the rights that you also have. Don't be rude. Follow due process. Be respectable to your superiors if they're women and say, hey, you know, this happened and that's offensive to me and I don't like this. A reasonable human being would say, I agree, that was out of line. We are living in a time where a lot of people aren't reasonable anymore. Most American women aren't reasonable anymore, are they? They're double standard, they're hypocritical, and they're two-faced. And that's why Pacific every so often is going to intersperse and sprinkle in amongst his videos a daily clarifying shampoo against American women, because they need to wash their hair. It's pretty dirty. They need to clean up their own backyard. We males know we got problems. We know that. We've known it for decades. But so do women. Women need to clean up their sandbox because it's full of cat droppings all over the place and it stinks. And some of us men have gotten tired of smelling the odor and we're talking about it. Getting involved with most American women is like rolling around in a filthy cat box. How's that for an analogy? Pretty disgusting, right? But it's true. It's absolutely true. The fallout from this goes on and on and on. And so when a bunch of nitwit troll women trolls get on my channel that either don't have a picture, no videos, nothing, or that do have a picture and make their smart aleck comments saying what a disturbed individual and how screwed up I am and I'm full of vitriol, I just laugh. I just go, yep, typical. I don't have to listen to you because I have a clinical diagnosis for you. It's not accurate. It's not true. I'm not a certified medical specialist, but hey, I'm a woman. I can say what I want. And that stinks. Bulski. Got to play by fair rules. Go get a clinical diagnosis on me by a clinical, absolute, perfect person in his field first. Then we'll talk. Pacific's never denied he has problems. But when a guy who knows he has problems and is in touch with his sinful self and in touch with his reality and is transparent enough to talk about his stuff on YouTube? You're not doing it. Why is that? Oh, because American women want to appear that they've got it all together when they don't. When we're talking about the dynamics on my channel, the stuff that's out, backwashing out of their life is proof that they don't have it together. And they really hate it when somebody just simply calls a spade a spade. I'm enjoying and I'm thriving on it. My channel's doing good. Because there's godly women coming on here. They don't agree with all of my stupid things that I've done. They're not endorsing some of the stuff that I've done. But they like the truth that I'm talking about. See? So, my channel's not anti-female. It's anti-cultural baggage that people are saying that this is right. That's what I'm against. Attitudes, actions, behavior, and demeanor of today's women is deplorable. Bada boom, bada bing. And I, whether I'm male or female, have a right to talk about it. And a male has a right to comment on it. But there's some unwritten rule with American females that if you're male, you don't have a right to comment. You're just a guy. Yeah. And what does the Bible say about us men? See to it that the wife respects her husband. Do you know what that word respect means, women? Do you even know what that means? You're out there demanding respect. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not what the Bible says. It says you're to respect the husband. The husband's job is to love his wife. You're not out there to be demanding respect. That's not your job. You're not supposed to be in the workplace in the original beginning anyway. So don't go out there and demand your rights, demand your this, demand your that. Your place. You've overstepped your bounds a long time ago, honey. You didn't want God, you didn't want his way, so now you're out there in a man's world telling a man what he's supposed to do? I don't think so. Yes, I understand some women got to work. I understand the nature of evil and how we've slid far away from God's ideal. But in the beginning, that's not what he wanted. A man could provide for his wife today if it wasn't peppered with women in the workplace and wages gone up because the consumeristic corporate America said, ha. Now it takes, if we can make it so expensive that it takes two to work, we can sell more products. Oh yes, do your research. Women have no right to go into a male-dominated workplace and start telling the men that they got to be pussified and do everything the female way. I don't think so. Sexual harassment is wrong, yes. But none of this stuff would have happened if women would stay at home and do what they were supposed to do. Raise godly children, which they're not doing as a rule. They're raising spoiled brat, narcissistic, materialistic children who grow up watching VeggieTales, and they grow out, go to college, they become politically correct, and then they go to secular college and they shed all their Christianity and say, well, you know what, I don't want to witness, la 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 la, and we got a bunch of milquetoast Christians out there. Yeah. There are women that homeschool their kids. There are women out there that take their faith seriously. The Shia. I think she's a great example of a Christian woman. I think she's good. There's others. But as a rule, in the evangelical church at large, what I see is a bunch of women being no different than those in the world. They just simply put a Sunday morning Christian bumper sticker on the back of their car. And I don't see a real change. I don't see a virtuous woman. I don't see a woman who's truly passionate in love with Jesus Christ. I don't see it. I don't. When I got saved, I had a tremendous amount of fire, and I still have it in me. And men and women looked at me like I was weird back then. I'm like, what is with the people who grew up in Christian homes? How come they have like no passion? Because they don't have any passion, that's why. So when the very thing that should have been the incubator for passion for Jesus Christ is the very thing that's killing it. No wonder when I went to Hong Kong I found such pleasure and eroticism with beautiful women. What did they expect? oh, see, all you do is use excuses and justify. No. I'm saying that there are things that can push anybody down a wrong road, and when the church is not doing what it's doing, often illegitimacy will follow. I'm not blaming that and saying, oh, the church is responsible for specific sins. I'm not saying that. I made a choice to sin. And you know what? Church culture is not helping us, because what we're putting out in American cultural Christianity is a bland, capri pants style Christianity. Boring, dowdy, uninspiring, not life-changing. I don't see people witnessing. Our pastor scolded the church just Sunday morning saying that we don't witness. And I'm thinking, these were all people born and raised in Christian homes. They'll judge a man for being divorced and he's not allowed to teach. I'm reaching more people than they are. Am I boasting? No, I'm not. I'm saying that God can use me in spite of myself because I'm standing on the truth, which all these so-called mamby-pamby Christians sitting on their Christian butt, raised in Christian, comfortable, middle-class homes aren't doing a darn thing. Hello? Oh, yeah. Can I get on my post? I said I was going to wrap this up. Boy, was I wrong. Because sometimes when I go off on this, because I'm not sitting here reading a script, do you know most pastors are reading their own sermon that they wrote down? I don't need to do that. It's in me. And one thought gives way to another. And it's like, oh, yeah, I forgot about. God's gifted me. And I recognize that. The only time I write a script is when I put some bullet points of notes that I want to remember because I want to cover some things. If I have to work too hard at something, then it's not natural. Mamby-pamby Christians. I'm sorry, VeggieTales is a joke. I watched it. I watched it with my boy. It's really stupid. It's really low class, middle class, comfortable middle class, sit in front of the TV in your jammies all day kind of crap. Cutting edge? No. I will say my channel's cutting edge because we take on issues that are a sting to the political correct police, that are kicking in the groin to the feminist philosophy, the atheist evolutionistic philosophy, the Carl Jungian Freudian philosophy. That a guy can sit here and look his viewers right in the eye, so to speak, and say, yeah, I did some inappropriate things with a man. Yeah, that takes guts. And instead of doing that on Sunday morning pulpit time, we play dog and pony show. Wear a suit and tie. Good morning. And the prayer. Let's pray. Oh God, we pray that you would impress upon us your glory and help us. I mean, the prayers are fake. They're canned. They're for the audience. And God's just sitting there going, will you stop praying to everybody and pray to me, please? I told Maharani, and we prayed last night together, and I prayed this morning. It disturbs me. It bothers me because I care about her. It bothers me that 7 punk kids, white Aussie brats, who obviously were raised in troubled homes with their skateboards, come up and run at her and scare and scream in her face. She jumped, which is a normal reaction, and they laugh and mock, and they, thank God, left. I said, were there any adults or security? She said, no. I said, please don't wait that late for the train again. I hate that stuff. I stop and analyze them. What would you have done if you were there? You start yelling at them, and then there's 7 of them. I said, pick up your phone. Call 911, whatever it is there, and say, you know, I'm being threatened. That's all you got to do. You're not doing anything wrong. I said, the police will get there, and if they're still around, they'll say, hey, kids, what are y'all doing? I'm going to call your parents, take you in. Apparently, Australian police actually do something about stuff. She told me that there's actual little overall crime because the police are on top of their game there. All we're doing in America is raising brats like that. They think they're such a man to intimidate some small little woman minding her own business. I got a problem with that. A lot of women out there popping out babies in our Western culture, and they're raising brats like that. They've taken the very thing they've been endowed with that is their real God-given authority to be a godly mother, and they've thrown that to the ground and said, no, I want my SUV and I want a career woman, and children are just a passé cliche kind of thing. Our American secular society is really stupid because they don't realize that chickens are coming home to roost, and they're roosting and they're pooping all over everything. Our narcissistic selfishism is showing up at all levels. People don't stop when somebody's broke down on the side of the road. In fact, I've seen a car literally stall out. He puts the four-ways on. He can't get it out of the way. And everybody comes up laying on the horn. It's like, can you not see? He can't start the car. I'm in the bus, so I can't do a thing. And I'm like, what a bunch of idiots. It'd be fun when they break down and everybody does it back to them. People are rude, man. And that's what you would expect in a culture that shakes his fist and says, we don't want God's laws on my body. Don't tell me what the definition of love is. I'm going to marry my man. And he's a man too. Or a wannabe man acting femmy. If we don't speak out about this, folks, if we just sit there and shrink back and cheer somebody else on to do it, we need collective numbers, man. I have no regrets speaking against feminism and the way American women behave. I have no regrets. It's long overdue. It should be hammered from every pulpit in America. I'd like to do a sermon. Women, you're not all that in a bag of chips. Get over yourself. Boy, I look at Ruth. I look at Esther. I look at the examples in the Bible of godly women. You don't see that here in this country. Ruth says, your people will be my people. Your God will be my God. I didn't see an in-your-face stand up for your rights. Well, we're living in different times. Oh, bullpucky. Women got too big for their britches years ago, and they're demanding the same rights as men, demanding that men accommodate them at every level while not respecting, valuing, and dignifying us at all. And we finally have seen enough, and Pacific is standing up saying, when you respect us men, we'll respect you. But when you disrespect us on a two-way radio and in my email box, don't expect me to give you sweet nothings. Doesn't work that way, ladies. It just doesn't. You want a man to adore and love you and make you feel like a woman, then start acting like one. Start being a lady, for crying out loud, instead of a wannabe male. Good grief. There's a lot of us men out there that could love you better than any guy you've ever been with, but you're not going to ever experience that because of your attitude and your stench putrefaction, feministic, militaristic, demanding your rights, self-centered, narcissistic, sit on your soapbox, smart off to us males mentality. Boo-yah. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. And I've been saying that to some of these women. It's like, I'm tired of being nice about it. I'm going to tell them it like it is because they're doing it. Kiss off, mate. As Maharani would say to rude jerks in Australia. Kiss off. I get a lot out of talking to her, and she gets a lot out of talking to me. And it was really fun to really just concentrate and focus on the scripture and the word of God and say, hun, it's not you. Don't think it's you. The culture wants you to believe there's something wrong with you. That's all led by the devil. Start looking at what God says about you, wherein he has made us accepted in the beloved. You are heirs. You are children of God, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. When Christian people aren't encouraging one another, something's wrong. Dreamer, that was funny. You liked my hen sound. It's true. It's absolutely true. We're going for 3 hours on a Tuesday morning at 11:42 a.m. sitting in my closet. But I long ago came out of my closet, came out with my views, and I have no regrets. You know why? So what women don't realize is when you stand on the truth, not an agenda, not a one-sided issue that ties up men and gives women a free pass to be immature, snotty-nosed brats. When you stand on the truth, it gives you confidence. And I don't need a script, and I don't need sermon notes. I just speak. This is my rant. This is my blog. This is my channel. I'll cry if I want to. I'll critique where I need to. I'll be true and honest and sincere and keeping it real right here. Don't touch that dial. Stay tuned. Because you know what? With Pacific Ocean, the people that listen to me are people that want substance and depth. That I can take to the bank. The reason I know that, they could be listening to women dancing around and doing all this. They could be gaming, and maybe they are gaming, and this is their background. But the fact they tune into this, these aren't disturbed individuals. These are university students. UK, Barbados, Australia, Hong Kong, Indonesian woman in Hong Kong, people in the Philippines, people in Canada, people in Europe, people in Eastern Europe, even Middle Easterners, saying they like the fact I say it like it is. The beautiful thing is Pacific offends everybody, including himself. American women will never offend themselves, nor will they listen to anybody that offends them. And if they do, their immediate reaction is a clinical diagnosis, even though they are not certified professionals that can make a proper diagnosis. American women have created a system where they're never wrong, and where anything that is said by an American male is quickly met with complete shut-it-down criticism, critique, and clinical diagnostics. Women need to respond with, "You're not in the medical field, lady. You're not a counselor. You're not a psychologist. You're not even a minister." Boo-yah. No credibility. Hear the sound of the toilet flush? No, yeah. Goodbye. This is why Pacific makes these women mad, because finally they have a pit bull right at their heels. His name's Pacific Ocean Asia. It's time. It's long overdue. It's time to be bold, and it's time to speak out, and it's time. Just because Pacific has had failures morally, spiritually, relationally, doesn't mean I don't have a right to speak. I have a right given to me by God. My experiences validate me more. My experiences lend credibility to me more. My failures and admission of them and my transparency scares people to death. How many politicians, when they run for office, will bring their skeletons out of the closet and run a campaign? They won't do it. And when the media gets a hold of something, it can destroy the vote. I say bring it all out, lay it all out on the table and say, okay, women, so I had 3 failed marriages, and if you don't want to listen to why they failed and you want to just castigate me, go ahead. But you're not going to bring any skeletons out of my closet because I've already brought them all out for you. And it still gives me the right to speak. Because you all got skeletons in your closets that you'll never let us know about. What qualifies a person to speak? Tell me. I'll tell you. God. God has allowed me gives me the leading and the impetus. That being said, anything else you have to say against that, I can shut it down. By the authority of God, I speak. No, I didn't hear a voice from heaven. I don't think I'm all that in a bag of chips. I'm not being egotistical, but I got a God-given right to speak truth. Those of you that think you're so truthful and so enlightened, you're really not speaking anything but the same old recycled crap that isn't working. I got a flyer in the mail yesterday. I already cast my ballot. It said, the Senate vote is the most important vote right now because, and I'm sorry, viewers, I'm going to state my stand. I understand the Republicans have their problems. I know that. I'm not endorsing them in every turn, but I believe in voting. I'm voting out every Democrat in every office. I'm tired of it. They are and have been ruining the country. This flyer said that we need to vote. And it said that Obama's failed policies are really costing us. That since Obama's been into office, he's added $7.5 trillion to the deficit. Did you know that that's more than all of the presidents combined? 18 million people out of a job looking for work and not looking at all. Obama hasn't done one productive good thing for this country at all. That is not just Pacific saying a bias, that is a fact. I'm telling my viewers, you better get off your butt and you better vote by mail-in or by pollster and go down and do it and get these clowns out of office. No, we're not trying to make a utopia, but my gosh, we got to stave off the toilet bowl plunge that we're headed to. We've got to. Don't give me that crap. I don't vote. You go down and register and vote conservative. Yeah, are the Republicans perfect? No, but man, if you want to see your price of living go up and you want to see your health care continue to get jacked with and your quality of life get yanked around, keep voting in the Democrats and the liberals. Keep doing it. When I read that flyer and I see those statistics, it's disgusting. Obama is so full of ego, just like his father, the devil, and yes, I said that all he can do is stand in front of the camera, smooth and in control, and I'm watching the man and his so-called empty words, and what has he done for this country? He jacked up the healthcare system. That was his big agenda, was to get in there and rip and tear and make it government-mandated healthcare and fine everybody for not having any insurance. Wow. 300 million Americans, their health premiums went through the roof because of that move. Hello? And people laugh at me and call me a kook, nerd, geek, dork, whack job. Look at who's telling me this stuff. Look at the quality of the people, or the no quality of the people that are telling me this stuff. A bunch of feminist women, an immature 32-year-old woman who can't dress appropriately, claiming to be so Christian. Come on now. But Pacific, you've done this and this. Yes, I have, but I've admitted it, and I've also said it's wrong. These people won't even admit their faults. Barack Obama's never once went to the American people and said, you know what, I've really screwed up on this. I'll tell you what, I could get my arms around a leader who does that. Wow, wouldn't that be something? You know, I've really got this country deeply into debt. And I'm going to do everything I can to fix that. Wow. Obama would have my respect, but no. How about a 32-year-old girl who's been rude, mean for a year now? Has she ever wrote and said, you know, I've been a jerk. I'm sorry. She won't. American women are incapable of that. Where did that come from? The father, the devil, their father. But she claims to be Christian. I understand that, but she's a diapered saint. Her maturity level is about that big. We need to start calling it what it is. Yes, I've done dumb things, sinful things. I ran into sin. I've done all kinds of things that I haven't even talked about. Mostly sensual. But through all that folly, I learned. And I still have the right to speak. God isn't done with Pacific. God hasn't said, oh, you've crossed the line. Can't use you anymore. Send you to the salvage yard to be scrapped. No. It's pretty sad when a guy as pathetic as I am, who's done the dumb things I've done, is more vocal, more bold, and more in your face than anybody who was raised in the Christian church setting. All they can do is run around judging everybody. Oh, look, he sinned. Don't talk to him anymore. Don't invite him to the reindeer games. Oh, F that. Sorry. Literally. I don't see them changing this world a bit. They're dragging it down. They've made us comfortable cultural Christians, and they're not saving souls. They're not discipling people. They're passing the baton of self-centered, materialistic, don't rock my white picket dream, American dream mentality zone. Please. We got to vote out all these Democrats because they're taking away our comfortable life. Oh, please. We need to vote out these liberals because they're shredding our Constitution and shredding biblical values faster than you can stuff celery in a food blender. Gosh. I'm tired of it. Are you? Then do something. Get off your butt and vote. But my vote, I don't want to hear that. Vote anyway. Don't you ever tell me I'm anti-American. I'm not anti-American. But all these groupies are. These hot-looking, stuck-up women are very anti-American. The only flag they're flying is the flag of self. My body 'tis of thee. Yeah, Feminists are American? Bull pucky. The gay agenda is American? No. Evolution? Darwinism? Dawkinianism? That's not American. That's all from the devil. Our founding fathers didn't buy into that crap. The founding fathers didn't have wives who were bitching and yelling and screaming at them and raising a feminist yardstick against them. For crying out loud, Betsy Ross even sewed us a flag that we fly today. What are women doing today but wrecking everything? Tearing it up as fast as they can. Denying our right to be male. Denying the fact that we are different than them and they want to pussify us and turn us into a bunch of mamby-pamby manginas or whatever. Enough. Sheesh. But this isn't going to go away. It's too entrenched. But I'm still going to speak out against it. Because I can. If God Almighty shuts me down, guess what? Guess what? I go home. I go to heaven. And it doesn't matter what any Dingledorfist says. It doesn't matter. I'll be in the presence of God then. He'll wipe the tears from my eyes. He'll reach right in and take all those hurts I've been carrying around and he'll pull them out and say, you're in heaven, child. Enter in. Will Pacific have rewards when he stands before Christ? I don't know. Oftentimes I doubt it. Wow, that's honesty. Yeah, it is. Sometimes I see myself as a C or D person. Personally, I'm just happy that I'm one of the blessed and redeemed that gets to go to heaven when I don't deserve it. This world sucks. Can I say that? And for MGTOW antagonists that say that I'm causing myself true forced loneliness because I got such a problem with society. I got a problem with society because it's messed up. But I get up and I face that dirty dog devil society every day. I get in that bus and I try to be positive to ghetto kids. Kids that hate white people. Kids that hate everybody except themselves. kids that are materialistic, kids that are spoiled, kids that don't say please or thank you. And I try to be an example of, hey, there's hope. And then you go to church and get it knocked out of you, and you get around Christian women and it's knocked out of you, and you get around feminists and atheists and gay agenda and all this, and it's depressing, man. You get in traffic and see a bunch of adults driving around like they're a bunch of diapered babies shaking their rattle and crying because they messed themselves. I get tired of that. I'm human. And I don't want to bitch about it. I want to do something. I am begging God, can you get me out of this? I don't want to go on about this. This is unsolvable because people won't do what they need to do. Put me where I can do the most good. And maybe God's saying, that's why you're here. If I had my choice, I'd be out of here. Pacific Ocean, Asia. A man who doesn't always have it all together. A man who's been attacked, belittled, and put down all of his 48 years. By men, by women, and almost 100% of that criticism has come from Americans. Most of the praise I get has come from people from foreign countries tuning into my station. Most of the praise I get is from the few Americans that watch this and actually agree. How much encouragement has Pacific got from the average church? Ding. Doesn't the Bible say something about encourage each other, edify one another? Our country's a tear-down society. And then when somebody like me rises up because I've been burped out of the backwash of the negative effects of all these philosophies and secularistic ideals and stuff, and I stand up and speak, those same wags that are creating all the literal negative problems in the society go, you're so negative. Oh, you hypocrite. I'm commenting on the crap you guys birthed. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm not Mary Poppins with my little umbrella and go, it's such a beautiful day in America. I'm so glad I'm here. I can't do that. I went up on the roof of the garage to put the peanut butter in the squirrel trap. I turned around. All the cottonwoods are turning yellow. And I stood up on that flat roof and I was looking through the yellow canopy and the Colorado sky, and the sun was just right. The light was just right with it framed. I said, wow, God, that's beautiful. And I just stopped for a minute and shut up and just looked. I can't look at this secular, stupid society we live in and go, that's beautiful. If you want to look at life through rose-colored glasses and be, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Did you know he's flaming liberal? Did you know he endorses Hillary Clinton, the one who wrote that song? Did you know he's arrogant son of a gun on the TV show? My friend in Cleveland called me and told me that guy. Yes. The composer to that song. Of course he's happy. I'll tell you a little secret. Okay? This is something you can take to the bank. Those that live for the devil tend to be happier. And in a limited setting. But Christians who know the truth may have hardship and may even have pensive faces. But if they're really children of God, they have joy deep down inside of them, knowing that even though it's hard, that they've got a home in heaven and hope eternal. I told Maharani, the reason you're experiencing this is because you're a child of God. This isn't about because you're plain Jane or this and that. You're living in a world that hates God, and the world hates those that love Him. And too many shallow baby Christians with their little baby rattle in their hand are heaping abuse on people like me and people like her because they're not mature in the faith. Yes, We actually have Christian playpens in our churches, and they're not for the nursery. We've got a score of ships called churches in America that are housing spiritual infants that will never grow. They're walking out of there with their little baby rattle. I'm listening to my Christian rock and I'm bringing glory to God. Yay! No, you're not. Grow up. I love this stuff. I like saying what I need to say. It's liberating. It's intoxicating. Actually, for the accusation that I turned people away from God, I've actually had atheists camp on my channel saying, you know what, I don't agree with your Christian views, but hearing you say the things you say, I'm glad that you actually see the hypocrisies in your own setting, and that's why I listen to you. Hello? They're going to be more open towards God, if anybody, because I'm speaking the truth and not sugarcoating it like so many Christians do. So many Christians say, well, we don't want to give a bad testimony to God. Well, you already have. So forget that. Why don't you go back to trykeepingitreal.com and maybe people will then darken the doors of your church. But I'm sorry. As much as I don't like tattoos and piercings and the attitude that goes with this ghetto garbage culture, I do know one thing. We need to reach the lost. And the lost is a big umbrella that means everybody outside of Jesus Christ. And if I can lead a tattooed, pierced individual to Jesus Christ, then praise his name. But too many churches I go to are little social club cliques that keep all manner of people that are different than them out. I know Christians that if I grow my hair down to the middle of the back would not want me to drive them to the store because they wouldn't want to be seen with me. I said, really? That's wrong. I think it's interesting that some of the most unusual, least likely candidates are the ones getting saved out there. It isn't these militant atheists and feminists and gay people supporting the gay agenda. It's people that have been ignored, invalidated, feeling like this culture is too big and imposing on them, and they just feel like they have no place in it. The people that get saved, viewers, are the ones that truly recognize they're broken, and they recognize, man, I have nowhere to turn but God. That's why Maharani's so intellectual and intelligent, because she was popular and all part of the flaky ladies club. She had a lot of time alone to read and pursue knowledge and study, and that happened to me too. I spent a lot of dark days in Duluth winters. Duluth is a habitation of liberal thought. And some of the best looking women there that went to UMD were the most stuck up, the most liberal, the most Christ hating, and we men go gaga after that. You better think about what you're going after. But even back in the 80s and 90s, I had many good-looking gal friends that I'd stop by their house on Saturday just to say, hey, how you doing, Gloria? How you doing, Tina? Here, have some tea. Let's talk. They were good-looking. Not all of them were Christians. One of them, Tina, called me up one night and said, I want you to come over and I want you to help me destroy my tarot cards. What? She went to church with me one Sunday, and I'd told her she wanted to read my palms, and I said, absolutely not. No, I don't drive people away from God. People will use excuses, but the bottom line is, I've been honest. And that's something that a lot of Christians don't put a lot of stock in today. The only honesty that a lot of Christian women are looking for is they want a man to confess every single dirty thing they've done, everything about their life, so that that woman can just, in a Christian fashion, say, well, I reject you because you're not quite perfect enough. That's not the gospel. Those same women will not be transparent with them at all. What they'll do is play the victim. Somebody overpowered me. Somebody hurt my feelings. And I'm not ready to give my number out. Did you see what my site said? 1 or 2 emails and then we got to talk. I said, I should have done that. In my profile, we're not allowed to rebut and comment and respond? Oh, yes, we are. What's done in secret will be shouted from the rooftops. Women have gotten away with this. Men are starting to speak up and they're having a hissy fit. Let them stomp their feet like a bunch of toddler babies. I don't care. Speak up. Speak loud. Get a bunch of us together and let's have an orchestra saying it. No, I don't expect or figure I'm going to change society. But one man can make a difference, one soul at a time. I'm encouraged to hear you guys say you're reading the Bible more, some of you, and looking into this stuff. I'm glad. One woman got Dietrich Bonhoeffer's book because of me. Others are asking me, what book was that you talked about? No, I'm not turning people away from God. If anything, people are getting more of a hunger and thirst for him because they're going, gosh, this guy's real. I'm not up there putting on a suit and tie, playing a game. I can't. Can I tell you something? There are times, viewers, that I thought I should stop. You ask why? Because I don't feel worthy. I don't feel that my life is a perfect living example. So sometimes I feel like maybe I shouldn't talk. Maybe I should just shut up and quit. The reason I keep going is because somebody needs to. Yeah, I'm human, and I get hurt by people's barbs. I wish I could puff my chest out and go, I'm not worried about it. I wish I could. But no, that'd be a lie. But when I step back and I think it out, I stop and go, Pacific, look who's saying this. Look at the way they're saying it. And go back to God's Word and see what He says about you. Check it out. What gives me the right to speak? I sin, therefore I must shut up? No. Too many pastors put an emphasis on perfection about anybody in the leadership, and I have seen nothing all my Christian life but a bunch of imperfect leaders. I've seen leaders that have been faithfully married to the same woman all their life, so they meet the qualification of husband and one wife. But I've seen them have a temper. I've seen them be lovers of money, and it talks about that qualifications for deacons, elders, bishops, pastors, overseers, and it's in Timothy. It's all laid out. I'm like, oh, we made an emphasis on he must be the husband of one wife, but we ignored all these other ones. How about if we take this a step further? How many of my viewers have actually sat under a preacher for years and you did not see a shepherd's heart in him? He's a great teacher, but as far as love is concerned, it wasn't there. I've seen a lot of that. So, who gets voted in by independent churches? Is it the one God picked, or is it the one the congregation picked? Think about that. People interview, they pray, they bring it before the congregation, they bring it before congregational vote, and the deacons. I got news for you. Did you know that even after you do all that, you can still make the wrong choice and that God wasn't in it? People don't believe that. No, we in good faith, we did this. I understand that, but you're human. The older I get, do you know who's qualified to speak? The one who God says is. Now let me put Pacific's spin on it. Pacific's spin says, I'd rather listen to somebody who's been through a bunch of crap and made mistakes and did all this stuff than somebody who acts like they've never done any of that. Some of the most dynamic speakers I've listened to are the ones that have the passion, have been down the dark roads, and came out of those dark roads. I think my viewers would agree with me on that. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to listen to some self-righteous Sally talk to me about sexual purity. Why? One, you're a woman, and I'm not going to listen to you on this. I don't have to. Why should I? What I do listen to is truth. Whether it's the legalistic, self-righteous church that I go to now, I get truth out of the two teachers. I like them both. They're good. The pastor and the Sunday school teacher in Sunday school. Lore Master speaks some truth on his videos. I get something out of that. I get stuff out of Deshaya, and I need to watch hers. I haven't watched hers in a while, and she has good stuff to say. And by the way, Deshaya, are you around? I haven't seen you. I get truth out of the letters from Venus Star. She writes profound, deep things. I get truth out of Maharani. I get truth out of Ag Boleski. Oh, I just blew your name. Tony, he's in Ireland right now. That dirty dog. I envy him for that. I get truth from Beanie Boy. I get truth from Dreamer. I get truth from Larissa and Southern Belle and a whole bunch of other people because I read their comments like, wow, that's profound. And sometimes I latch onto it and it builds an entire video we're talking about. My viewers are the impetus sometimes for videos, and I don't always tell you that. It's like, ooh, that's a good thought. I want to build on that. I'm a bit of a pirate. When I see something good, that's the impetus for a subject. Clarification. It's good. We need to speak the truth, and it's okay to bring this stuff out. Don't let the feminists and the white women that get butthurt over what we have to say shut us down. They've been running around in their panties and their dirty diapers, screaming and yelling for a long time. Well, Pacific's coming along saying, time for diaper change, ladies. We're tired of all the screaming and crying, and we don't want to hear it anymore. Listen to what we have to say. We smelled your cat box long enough. It needs to be changed. It's like that voter flyer, that flyer voter thing, saying that we've got to get the Senate back under Republican control. And I agree. Does it mean we're going to have perfection because of Republicans in charge? No. But a lot of those Republicans are about repealing Obamacare, and I am all for that. When we see what Obama's doing and that he's not doing and just destroying our country, we've got to act. When we look at his failed policies, we need to ask, has feminism really made America a better place? And the answer is no. Yes, it did. You give women the right to vote. Yeah, and how are a lot of those women voting? Pro-liberal, pro-murder. The right to kill my child. Thank you very much. Keep your laws on my body. Pro-homosexual. Anti-male. I'm starting to believe that maybe women should not have been allowed the right to vote. It should have been men. Women pimped themselves away from the greatest authority that God gave them. And I'm going to tell you what it is. We know that men abused, and we know why ERA started. Mostly because of a secularistic society and godless society and a bunch of women getting abused by husbands, and that was wrong. But instead of turning to Christian values and principles, we turn to a worldly Christian or a worldly value. Fight for my rights. Female dominance and independence, and it has become dominance. Women pimp themselves away from the biggest authority and the biggest influence they could have had. Behind every good man is a good and godly woman. I'm sick of the one-sided argument about males. Enough. Women being career women, buying their own SUV, having their own independence is selfishness. It's not doing society any good. Big deal. You got a job and you can pull up your pants too. Okay. We throw our kids in daycare. We encourage materialism. We have a whole generation of men and women walking around, mostly women, saying, I'm not going to put up with this. I'm going to fight for my right. And women have driven litigious stuff through the roof. Women have driven the need for more attorneys through the roof. Women caused the bulk of the problems in the American workplace. Other women have told me that. Said, I work with women and I'd rather work with guys. Hillary Clinton be a real good candidate to run in 2016, right? No freaking way. No way. She's a rabid feminist. She's pro-murder, pro-gay, pro-lesbian, very anti-male. The love that she and her husband have isn't there. We as Christians need to stop sitting back and taking a lazy man approach and going, well, there's nothing I can do. I'm not going to vote. That was a vote for the Democrats and the liberals again. But Pacific Republicans, I understand. Unfortunately, we can't vote in the libertarians. Some of them make sense. But we're a two-party system, and a vote for the libertarian takes one away from the conservative Republican, and that's too bad. There's some libertarians I think would do a much better job running this country than these clowns they put out there now. But feminism is a failed policy. The gay agenda is a failed policy. Evolution? Thank you so much, Dawkins and Darwin and everybody else, for teaching a philosophy that tells kids there's no hope, that it's only about the here and now, that's encouraged a generation of teenage twat girls to be narcissistic, self-centered, and obsessed with their stupid cell phone and text messaging and Facebook, and made a bunch of shallow, inconsiderate, rude, stuck-up girls that are just polluting the American landscape. Thank you for that. Thank you for teaching them it's all about the here and now. Thank you for teaching them that there really are no values, except the ones you think are necessary. Thank you. You've done a great job. When I look at Obama's failed policies, I look at Americans and America and philosophical policies that have failed. Ideologies. Feminism has failed. Epic. The gay agenda has failed. Epic. The Darwinistic push is a huge, grandiose, epic failure. That instead of starting a classroom with an education that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, wow, we really did a great job, didn't we? I could go on and on and on, but you get the point. Liberalism has made people more self-centered, has caused more people to go on welfare, has caused more people to ask their government what they can do for you instead of what they can do for the government, the very thing that JFK spoke out against, who was a Democrat, who was more conservative than any of today's Democrats, and even more conservative than a lot of today's Republicans. Liberalism is destroying us. Catering to illegals, catering to the minorities who have no interest in our Constitution whatsoever. They want to bring their Mexican style and culture and ways over here and push out the white man. A certain percentage of what I call the black African American community in the U.S. wants to bitch and complain about the atrocities of the white man 50, 60, 70, 100 years ago. Well, please. I think it would be cheaper to pay for you to get on a boat back to Africa instead of paying for your welfare butt and your United Negro College Fund and all your little handouts and welfare mentality and having more babies that grow up to shoot us and carjack us and make more rap music that just denigrates women and preachers and authority and police and everything else. Hello. I believe in solving the problems. I would say to every African American that's bitching about the white man in this country and how terrible it is, I will give you a free ticket on a ship back to Africa, because that would be cheaper, nationally speaking, than it would be to supply you with all the perks. Your people sold you here, and you want to blame us. Supply and demand, my friend. Slavery was wrong. But it was wrong for your people to sell you out. They threw you under the bus, but that's the white man's fault? Don't think so. Cinco de Mayo. Stupidio, el stupido numero uno. We're going to come to an American culture, and we're going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, tie up the streets with lowriders, Impalas, lowrider fuzzy dice cars, throw beer bottles out, hump some more Hispanic chica girls showing their cleavage and boobs and walking around all sexy and encouraging chica Hispanic girls to dress like sluts and whores. And we're going to say we're flag waving proud and act like a bunch of boneheads and make trouble for the police and make trouble for the average citizen trying to get through that neighborhood. Oh, yeah. I wonder how well that would go if I decided to have a 4th of July parade in central Hong Kong and say, hey, it's American de Mayo Day. Ha ha. The hypocrisy in this nation and the stupidity that goes on is disgusting. And for me to make comments like that, I would be branded racist and hateful. Bull crap. Try going to Mexico and Mexico City, and let's get a bunch of Americans down there and have a 4th of July parade. We'll drive our jacked up pickup trucks with the American flags, and we'll go up and down singing the Star Spangled Banner and see if the Mexican government puts up with it. They wouldn't. Uh-huh. Why is that? Because only in America do we allow every ragtag, crazy, hypocritical group to do whatever they want, and we don't want to offend them, while the cost to the city of Denver for Cinco de Mayo is huge, with damage to property, somebody getting killed, somebody getting run over, beer bottles everywhere, litter cleanup, street sweepers. Yeah, okay. Mexican pride, huh? Yeah. I don't think so. I don't know when America's going to realize we can't accommodate all this stuff. Did you ever read the book, any of you, called The Mitten? Great kids book, classic stuff. Mittens dropped in the forest on the snow. And one little animal goes in it, another animal goes in it. Pretty soon everybody goes in it, and this thing stretches unbelievable. But then the bear, I don't remember who goes in it, and the thing just explodes. That's what's going to happen to this country. We're letting everybody come in and dictate, I want my rights. Oh, give me mine. We're Mexican. Let's wave our Mexican flag. Let's wave the gay flag. Let's wave the feminist flag, the liberal flag, the pro-union flag. Let's accommodate. Let's squeeze it out. Let's blow it out. Oh, we got room for one more. And what is Obama doing? Smiling at the camera. No, the Republicans, they just don't want to cooperate. As he's added $7.5 trillion to the U.S. deficit. More than all the presidents combined. Wow. Does the word DA mean anything? Can I say it? Dumbass? That's a dumb president. He's not fiscally conservative. He bailed out in the economic stimulus package. He bailed out the corporations that got us into the mess, which to me is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. It's like taking a teenager that vandalizes an elementary school, bringing him into the principal's office and handing him a scholarship for a college education and saying, "Good job." Are you serious? That's what No Child Left Behind means. We're not going to fail you. You get a pass. Wow. What is education teaching us? What kind of people voted in a loser leader like Obama? A bunch of ignorant, anti-intellectual, anti-constitutionalist, anti-American people did. That's who. Yes, I said it. Then we got bimbos on The View. Big-boobed, plasticated, high-gloss foundation, makeup, and hair with so much hairspray in it to sink a ship. With their legs crossed and, oh, that's interesting. Coming up next, we're going to talk about this trivial bullcrap and somebody's $5,000 poodle hairdo. Unfrickin' believable. A news media dominated by flakes and bimbos with an agenda to sell more liberal votes and to continue bringing this toilet right into our living rooms and bringing this country down the sewer. And American women eat that crap up like nobody's business. And those same women think they're mature and they think they're where it's at. And the devil's sitting up on top of this whole heap laughing. I got you, babe. So my encouragement to Christians, don't let this world intimidate you, scare you, laugh at you. There's nothing you can do to keep them from mocking you. Let them turn around and smile and say, one of these days, you're going to die. Then you'll see. And then it'll be too late if you don't get saved. Now, Christians should not be backed into a corner. Christians should not be silenced. Christians should not be sitting there licking their wounds, being mocked at. There's a reason for that. Jesus told us it would happen. You're not going to be in step with ABC, NBC, and CBS mentalities. You're not going to be in step with Hollywood. You're not going to be in step with feminism and gay agendas and all this junk and special interest groups and PETA and everybody else. Don't try to be. All of these agendas are designed to destroy, nibble at, and eat at, and erode God's standard. But God's word will stand forever, the Bible says. They're just trying to shred it in America's shores. There's a picture of Obama holding the Declaration of Independence and starting to rip it. That is an accurate picture of what that man is doing. Do you think Obama cares if the Muslims took over this country? Of course he wouldn't. Obama does not have faith in Jesus Christ, nor does he care. Obama's not going to protect all people. He doesn't want the white man. Deep down in the craw of that man is to get rid of the white empire builders, all of them. And a bunch of silly women that are white eat out of his liberal hand. Yeah. I know what I'm talking about. I love our silly beer commercials in the U.S. They just make it look so sophisticated and so in, and the Clydesdale horses and Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and all that. Oh, and incidentally, we give money to the children's whatever medical fund, and I go, wow, how noble of you. A beer company. Hey, beer company, how about if you give millions of dollars of payout to the family who lost their mother driving home from church choir practice with her 3 kids in a station wagon? who was wiped out by a drunk driver. No, we don't want to do that, do we? I remember years ago when Hooters, you know, the restaurant with the big boob, bimbo, more flaky American women. They call themselves a family restaurant. Really? They came down when they had some raised money for the support of victims of the Murrah building bombing in Oklahoma. And back then, before there was YouTube and everything, I used to have a thing called weekend commentary where I'd write something on the computer and send it out to people I knew. And I said, what a joke. Hooters promotes in-your-face immorality, promotes and lifts up big-breasted women while discriminating against small or flat-chested women, promotes an ideal that is just sleazy. But then they want to grandstand and get a little more notoriety because, well, Hooters donated to the victims. How nice. Isn't that the way the secular world operates? Got hypocrisy? I mean, that is the way it is. Philip Morris reacted negatively when states started suing the tobacco companies for massive healthcare costs related to lung cancer. And the tobacco companies said, we can't be held liable. Are you freaking serious? Yes, you can. I'd like to go a step further into radicalism, hardcore. I go out on the street out here and rake the frontage of this property. This is an acre of property where I live. You ought to see the cigarette butts. I'd like to go to Philip Morris and submit a claim to a cigarette butt tax. You need to pay me back for all these cigarettes. Well, we're not responsible. Yes, you are. Not once, and you're glorifying smoking, which is a stupid habit anyway, dumb as dumb can be, that intoxifies your lungs and stinks and offends the rest of us. I can't believe that virtually every smoker out there throws their butt all over the ground, which is littering, and they're okay with that. So since Philip Morris from the top down doesn't encourage responsible smoking, just like responsible drinking, I love that. Be a responsible drinker. Don't drink and drive. A responsible drinker. I love that. Only in America do we change terms and couch them in such niceties. Hypocrisy. I got way off on rabbit trails, but isn't this fun? Because you don't know which direction this is going to turn. This is good, folks. I hope this video gets 5 billion views, but it won't. I can dream. But let me say something. Do you know how many forest fires have been started by some idiot in the Colorado wilderness flicking their butt out of their Jeep that's burning? And by the time they're 50 miles down the road, they have no idea. They just set that tinder on fire. Slurry bombers, firefighters, Forest Service crews, huge expense, great risk to life, loss of property and cabins and animal life, and some idiots driving off in their Jeep. Life is happiness in a Jeep. Yeah, You flicked your butt and started a whole mountainside on fire, homie. I'm tired of this stuff. People in the smoking community complain about restaurants putting a ban. They should ban it in all public places. All public places. And people say, you're expecting government, too much government. No. If you don't use common sense enough to realize we have emission tests on Colorado cars in Denver. If they belch out too much pollutants, you got to go back to the mechanic and get it repaired, or it doesn't pass and you don't get your tabs on your plate. California's doing it too. Washington State is doing it. And you know what? We put nothing on a smoker. I stand at a bus stop and the smokers all got to stand right next to me. Huff, puff, 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 puff. Secondhand smoke. It's already been proven. Cigarette butts on the ground. Did anybody ever stop and think about all the stuff that's on the ground? The oil from your car, the antifreeze that leaks from your car. The cigarette butts collectively in a city are in the millions. And all that nicotine and all that stuff in a rainstorm is washing and moving all that stuff around and going down the sewers, the storm drains into our water supply systems. Did you ever think about that? All that crap that's all over the ground is being contaminated by all that stuff. And we're drinking it. No wonder Americans are losing their minds. Maybe it's in the water. I'm radical because we aren't doing anything but sinking our own ship. We need radical. We need somebody to take the helm and do something about illegal immigration. We need somebody to take the helm and say, you are not going to make the gay issue a national issue. It's not right. It's not right by God's word, and that's all that needs to be said. If you want to go play your homosexual games, don't expect us to endorse. But no. The problem is we have Christians and we have a secular world. And the two cannot marry and won't and shouldn't marry. So what is the Christian to do? Vote your conscience. Take your stand. Don't expect a non-Christian world to act like a Christian world, but yet at the same time, we can call out the hypocrisy in the secularist camp, and we should. You guys want laws to protect you from theft and rape and pedophilia, but then you want to turn around and say that marriage is not between a man and a woman, but between two men or two lesbians. I don't think so. You can't have it both ways. You can't turn around and nail a serial killer for murdering people, but then turn around and say it's okay for women to murder their body or their child in their womb and call that abortion and choice. I don't think so. Roe v. Wade is a joke. Do your research on Roe v. Wade. They used that girl as a pawn to push something through. Read it. That woman that was part of that is against it to this day. Media doesn't talk about it, though, do they? I believe with utmost confidence America is going to be judged harsher than any nation on the globe. I believe we are heaping ourselves the highest form of condemnation and judgment by a holy God because we had so much. I had to tell Maharani this morning, you've got to understand. And people in civilized countries don't like to think of this. But when we say people are in rebellion to God, we're seeing it fleshed out on our shores. It's in me, and I'm a Christian. We as Christians have to submit to the Lordship of Christ. And if we're honest, we don't in every way. None of us does. We still hold on to something that God says, get your hands off of that, let go. And we don't. Eric, this one's for you. I'm going to try to close it out at 4 hours even. I gotta love the Canadians. Eric likes my long videos because he's working in an art studio and he likes to hear stuff while he's creating and doing his thing. There's a lot of Canadians that watch my channel and they like it. I do have a soft spot for Canada. Many years ago I wanted to move there. Places like Banff, places like Newfoundland and Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick and all that, the Maritimes. Me being into ships, they got a rich shipping history and fishing vessels. And unfortunately, I've gotten soft as I've gotten older, and I don't like the harshness of winter and the cold. It's a shame what's happening, because what we're seeing happen, what should wake up every Christian, is that this world is moving on a collision course with God. History is His story, and it's coming down. We're seeing it fleshing out. The Antichrist, it says he'll change the dates, the times, and the seasons. We're seeing people do that now. They're starting to shed those commands, those morals, those things. They don't want the shackles of God's ways on them. So for those who want to be positive and look through rose-colored Schüleristic glasses, you go ahead. You go ahead and spend $5,000 giving your little poodle a haircut. But God's going to judge this one day, and we're heading there fast. We're heading there faster than a freight train with no brakes, pulling a mile-long line of coal cars fully laden off a cliff. Did you get that? I sat in my bus the other day and watched one of those trains. Wah, wah. I'm like, oh, right as I'm coming up to the tracks. And I got a route to run, and I'm like, well, and then I said to one of my students, I said, we're going to be here for a while. And as soon as I saw the first string of locomotives, and then I saw the first car, I thought, darn it. It's a Roscoe Peak coal train. Every time there's a coal train, you're looking at 1 mile to 2 miles of length. And it's going slow because that's a lot of dead weight. Mounded at the top, car by car. I thought, dang, that's a lot of coal. Do you know what that coal is? Testimony of the flood of Noah. Decomposed, absolute, thriving, green vegetation, tropical vegetation globally, mined from beneath rock layers. All of that is decomposed dinosaur and plant life. So much coal, so much going by, testimony to a beautiful world that God said was good that had to be destroyed by a flood. And we're burning it to drive our cars. Wow. We come a long way, baby. And as I watched heavy car after heavy car, and the kid behind me says, man, mister, this is a long train. I said, yep. I started to count cars, and I said, no, forget that. I was late. I called in. I've been stopped by a coal train. I'll be here for a while. Yeah. I'm glad that I have a faithful following of viewers that enjoy listening to my rants. It's an outlet. It's a venting. It's therapeutic. It's a touchstone. It's a sounding board to see what people are thinking, to see how they're reacting all the way around. The trolls, the feminists, and all the other isms out there are just verifying everything that I talk about. That gives me satisfaction that I'm right where I'm supposed to be. So, clarify things, folks. Be critical thinkers and start looking around and look at your news and look at the world and stop putting your head in the sand. We're headed somewhere, folks. We are headed somewhere. Things are going to get worse before they get better. That's a fact. Are you ready for that? Are you ready? Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb? Are you in Christ Jesus? Have you done business with Him? This isn't a fear thing. Oh, you better do this. You're going to hell. You will if you don't choose Christ. I'm not going to give you scare tactics about a tribulation, because worse than the tribulation is eternal lostness. We live in these bodies. We're limited by a finite mind. But we have to tell ourselves over and over, we who are Christians and those who are not Christians live for eternity. Those that are not Christians live in hell, the lake of fire, their worm dieth not, weeping and gnashing of teeth, the lake of fire that never stops burning. There's some irony for you. You know, we got to have fuel to keep a flame alive. Coal, gas, oil, diesel, jet fuel, logs, wood, whatever. Combustible material. But I don't think the lake of fire is going to be fueled anything but by the mere fact that God says it's there and it operates because I said. No one's going to be partying in hell. No one. Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Britney Spears, Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, all these other people, Barack Obama, they're not going to be partying. They're not going to have a camera on them. They're not going to be giving a confident speech. They will have all eternity to think about every missed opportunity they had to that they could have repented and turned to the truth. Hillary Clinton's heard the truth. I'd say most Americans have heard the truth. But we got to wake up. We're not a civilized society. People individually rebel. Human nature is to rebel. What's the common saying in America? Rules are made to be broken. Hello. Feminism is rebellion. The homosexual movement of gay marriage is rebellion. Abortion is rebellion. Evolution and that teaching is rebellion. Liberalism is in-your-face political rebellion against any absolutes of God. We're not going to change this country, folks. But you, in cooperation with God, His Word, and His Holy Spirit, can change the direction your soul chooses to spend in eternity. You can sit there in hell and justify it and laugh and mock and say, this guy's an idiot in his fairy tales. You'll remember those comments you made for all eternity. You'll even remember my face and my words for all eternity, and anybody else who's told you the truth. You will have all eternity to hear that broken record over and over and over, and the agony will come knowing that I laughed at him and I rejected him, and he's not down here. I am. Yeah. Think about that. I think for the last day of my vacation, I have successfully vented my spleen for the day. That felt good. We need power packing videos like this, and we need stuff like this. Now I just got to think of what to call this thing. I will never apologize for my stance. Ever. I will never apologize or retract my videos for my transparency about my past sins and follies. Because until somebody wakes up and realizes it doesn't matter what people think, it matters what God thinks. I'm not here to please people. It says in the Bible, make every effort to be found pleasing in His sight. His sight, not yours. Not anybody else's. And too many people in America live their life with the drawbridge up, thinking nobody knows what I did. So what if they did know? Why you got to run around being fake and plastic and pretending? That all takes energy, man. People that live that way are exuding energy, keeping that drawbridge up. I say let the sucker down and let people walk in, and if they're dangerous, stop them at the door and say, hold it. Can I see your ID, please? Because I don't trust you. But to run around and to keep it up with everybody, to go to church on Sunday morning and play a dog and pony show when people are falling and plunging into hell, No, I'd rather be transparent and honest. That's not turning anybody away. If anything, it might reach a bunch of people on the fringe out there going, gosh, I've been around Christians that thought they were perfect and could never confess my sins to them. That's wrong. I want people that have the freedom to be able to confess to me that they're struggling with something. And, I always thought Christians were a bunch of idiots, but I watched your video and thank you. Can you tell me how I can get saved? Oh, yeah, there we go. Look, I've had people that left my channel. Man, I'm out of here. I can't listen to this guy anymore because I started putting an emphasis on Christianity. Well, too bad. I'm not going to back down because my Christianity is not a compartmentalization of my life. Christianity is my all. The reason you get something about me talking about feminist issues and all that is because it is truth. All truth needs to be spoken. The fact that I believe in God, the fact that the Bible's true, the fact that feminism is just dead wrong. No, we need to bring it all together. That's why people come here. Okay, it's 4 hours. I got to end this. So, this is specific. I'm going to go eat lunch, and then I'm going to upload this wonderful, high-quality production that pollutes the internet, gets people to think, causes some people's toes to be stepped on. Yeah. My videos are hazardous to some people's health. It causes severe butt chapping, causes complete furrowing of the brow, causes complete anger and internal stress with increase in blood pressure and heart palpitation, sometimes with females induced screaming and yelling at the computer screen saying, "This guy is an idiot." So, you need to watch my channel with caution. This is not for the faint of heart. This is not for the politically correct. This is not for all the syncretized, boring people all rushing down the river, copying each other, emulating each other. This is for people who are looking for real, sincere, and truth, and a breath of fresh air in a world with smoggy breezes blowing every day, stenchifying, putrefying, and affecting my ability for clean air. Welcome to Pacific Ocean Asia, keeping it real for you, for me, and before God. This is Pacific signing off. Sayonara.